Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predict it with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K and R. Compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I racket. MIT nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling, but you should still take notes cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill.
Really?
If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan. Which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a knee walk. Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what it. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime, the nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can buy mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini V. Soccer moms yodel back, yodel at belittle me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my decom or you'll get infected. And you don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Sauron the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3. On MP3. STC. Shoutouts to Vic, Agnostic One, up with fucking Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, graphing calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital shit, yeah. You know how we do.
What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD coming at you with another episode of Gabbing with Geeks. Joining me, as always, is Ponyboy Carl the Shirtless. What's up, Carl?
Not much.
Carl, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just getting a drink, that's all.
What you got? Vodka, tequila? What's going on?
Coca, Pepsi. Yeah, it's a Pepsi.
Diet?
No. I lose enough weight fine without having a resort, but I do drink diet occasionally.
So, how was the week, Carl? How you been doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
I've been doing all right. We had lots of interesting things happen this week.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Amico news.
Yeah, Tommy Tallarica sent the Yakuza after you.
That's what I'm hearing, but no one came to this store. They must have got the wrong address. For those wondering, Gary, he's in the middle of a road trip.
He's a bit busy at the moment, but he'll be back.
Yeah, he will be joining us later, but right now it's just me and Carl shooting the shit.
Mm-hmm. I've been playing Axiom Verge 2.
You were playing it right up until showtime, weren't you?
Yes, I was. I was trying to find a specific door.
Mr. 804 says someday Carl will get an icon. Carl used to have an icon. I don't know why he got rid of it.
It's just a whole bunch of settings. I'll get it to some. I just don't care enough, honestly. Besides, having no icon pretty much sums up my life, so.
Oh, come on, Carl. Everyone loves you. They want to see that pretty face. You got to use that icon that you had from, the one that you got on Twitter and everything.
Oh, yeah, maybe I'll put it on. Switch this text chat over. There we go. Yeah, so, I've been playing Axiom Verge 2. It's a fantastic game.
Is it now? What kind of game is it? Is it like a roguelike?
It's a Metroidvania. geared towards exploration, though there is some combat, but you can turn that. You can make yourself and you make the enemies not damage you. So
That sounds like a cop out. Like,
oh, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some plenty of times they can still knock you back or down. So it's not like, the game is easy. Because it's easy. There's plenty of moments that are just that rack your brain where you're trying to figure out.
yeah, you were trying to figure out some door, weren't you, or some shit?
Yeah, I was trying to find a door because there's a door to this dimension called the Breach that I was trying to find, and if you want 100% completion, you need to get it. I'm not trying to go for completion, but 100%, but it's nice to have that sort of thing, and they usually have bonus ability points in these places, so
Nice.
yeah.
I did hear that you were gonna be a guest character in the upcoming Pit Fighter remake. Is this true, Carl?
I don't know. Anything's possible.
I did have a spoiler image. If we want to take a look, this is spoilers for anybody interested in the possible Pit Fighter remake that is rumored. It's only rumor right now, people. But there he is. You can see Carl is the second player in Pit Fighter.
Sure, use the photorealistic Mortal Kombat graphics.
They are. So what's your special move going to be? You gonna?
Oh, once with the right button combination, I'll make my enemies fall down laughing themselves to death.
So you're like a bonus joke character or something?
Sure, I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with that.
So I figure I know there's a lot of stuff Gary wants to talk about. So I don't know if we want to get into it right now. If we want to talk about something else.
We can do my top. We can do my top 3. If y'all want. See what the audience says.
56K warning says rip shirt to gain extra attack damage. No, see, Carl don't wear shirts. He rips the shirt on when his character is introduced. Walks into the ring, rips the shirt off. He's already powered up.
Yeah.
I will. There was something I was kicking around, an idea. Maybe you could help me out with this, Carl. I was thinking.
Okay.
You see, in the old Wizard magazine, the little comic book magazine,
I remember those.
They'd have that like dream fan casting for like movies.
Oh yeah, I love those.
So I was thinking maybe we could work together and figure out what would be the perfect casting for an Amico movie. If they were going to make a movie about the Amico saga, who would play who? Who would play Tommy Tallarico?
Okay. Yeah, I'll try my hand at it, but I don't know a whole lot about all the people. But let's do it with the 80s and 90s celebrities. Make it an 80s. Make it a 90s movie.
Tommy Uyamiko says Mel Gibson for Tommy.
No. I'll tell you who would be perfect for Tommy Tallarico. Bill Murray.
Ooh. See, I'm thinking Joe Pesci.
Ooh, he's too short. Well, yeah, that is a good idea.
Right? Joe Pesci at the right height.
I mean, he does talk like he's full of crap, so
he's got the Italian thing going down.
I don't know. Joe Pesci's characters are more intelligent than sounding than Tommy is, so.
No, he's nice.
I think Joe Pesci or Bill Murray. Bill Murray in case Joe Pesci gets the bubonic plague or something as a backup.
As backups. Okay, so who else is we got to have an OEB Pete. Who is gonna play OEB Pete?
Let's see here. I wish Jim Parsons was relevant back then. He would be perfect.
He would. That's a good casting. I didn't even think of that, but that would be Jim Parsons.
Who's that?
What's the name of that guy? You ever see that movie with the idiot where he goes to space?
Oh my gosh! Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
What the hell's his name? He was in that fucking movie with the weed where they're smoking. Fuck, it's gonna drive me nuts. Come on, what the hell's his name, Carl?
I don't know his name, but I know the guy you're talking about.
Now I gotta look him up. Halfback. Gotta look up who's
Rocket Man.
Thing. Yeah, Rocket Man.
Is it like Rocket Man? Just look up the cast. It's he'll be at the top probably.
Harlan Williams.
Yeah, perfect.
He would have been perfect. He don't. No, not no more. But back in the '90s, he would have been perfect. Wait. Yeah, right. That's perfect. Let me see if I can get a good picture. So you said Jim Parsons. I'm going Harlan Williams for the win.
Jim Parsons wasn't really old enough back then, so yeah.
Boom. Tell me that's not OEB Pete. I'm sure he could do a Canadian accent. JLA King Forever.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's perfect. I got it. We can have Bill Cosby play Saggy Melons.
No.
People are going all. Oh yeah. Well, let me present this to you. If that's not the case, then why are girls in the Boy Scouts?
To learn skills for life.
Yeah, but they could learn that in the Girl Scouts, though. They
don't teach that in the Girl. The Boy Scouts teach different things than the Girl Scouts. There's like a whole different curriculum or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Yeah, just gender. They do race swaps all the time. How about do a gender swap?
In my opinion, Maya Rudolph would be the perfect Saggy Melons.
Okay, so I know the perfect guy for a retro bro. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No. Come on, you're giving retro bro too much credit.
They both have some of the same kind of answers, not completely, but a little bit. And they're both similarly at the time, at his peak, Arnold Schwarzenegger was similarly built to Retro Bro. So that's my vote. They're similarly built. They're kind of perfect. You can get around Arnold Arnold's accent.
All right. Tell me that's not Saggy Melons, though. Look at the screen. That's right there. That's perfect casting.
Yeah, kinda.
We got Rhea in the house.
I mean, Saggy kind of looks like Raven Simone a little bit. You know, like if Raven Simone had a longer face, if it kind of makes sense. Like you stretched her face out vertically. That's the best way I can describe her face. I'm really awful in face describing.
A 90s Raven Simone or like Raven Simone now?
I don't know. Raven Simone now. That's what she looks like. So I don't know who you'd. I know. I know who could do it. Shoot, what's her? I don't know, I forgot her name, but there's one person I was thinking that would be perfect. Kind of. Oh well.
Lose me, Carl.
Let's move on. Let's move on. I'm not entirely too concerned about it.
Tom Uyumiko says we're gonna have Paul Rubens playing Smash JT.
Paul Rubin.
Pee-wee Herman.
Oh.
Rhea said she wants Mariah Carey to play her.
That's it. That's the one. Mariah Carey. They kind of have the same kind of some of the same kind of facial features. She could get away with it. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's who I was thinking of.
Dude, 56K warning says we're gonna have Lightning McQueen cast as the Ferrari.
Sure, why not?
We got Beefy
Paul
in the house.
Rubens.
Beefy.
I don't know. Paul Rubens is for OEVP is a stretch. I like the guy you mentioned before. Though you got to put in Paul Rubens in somewhere. And Mr. T. But I don't know if there are any black guys who do pro Amigo stuff.
Mr. T could play what's his name? Could play Retro Bro.
No, that's Arnold. We already got Arnold Schwarzenegger for that. Well, you could race swap him. They did race swap the guy Harvey Dent in the that Batman movie.
They did, and then they race swapped them back.
Yeah, that could work. Arnold Schwarzenegger or Mr. T. Both were relevant, so.
Yeah, diversity, baby. Got to get that diversity in there.
Yeah.
We'd have to gender swap at least two of the Amico fans. Got to get some females in there.
Oh, well.
Nick Swarsden for Smash. Let me see. What does he look like?
Oh, you know who we could put in?
That would work perfectly.
I got it. If we're gonna do race swapping, how about Chris Rock as OEB Pete?
That actually could work. I can see that.
I mean, if we're doing the race swap thing, that's my suggestion.
But Nick Swarsden would actually. Let me see if I get. There's the right picture here. Boom! That's a Smash JT right there.
Yeah, face you want to punch.
No, but Smash says he doesn't have a punchable face, and you're just making that up to try to find some reason to hate him.
Well, he can say what all he wants. Okay, and for Mad Max, I know the perfect guy, the face of Bo from that BBC sci-fi show with the Doctor.
Doctor Who?
Yeah, thank you. He could be the face of Bo can be cast as Mad Max.
What the hell is Bo? I don't watch Doctor Who. That sounds like a nerd show.
Well, I mean, the face of Bo is this giant face who he came to be like that because he ended up evolving or something like that over time. They never really explained how, but he was originally human.
Yeah, that sounds like a nerd show. Totally nerd.
Yeah, it was okay, but let's move on to we got Dreamcast more. Okay, so let's just name all the relevant people. Okay, so the people who got to cast. Okay, there's OEB Pete, Retro Bros, Cyrus, Saggy, Jay Allard, Tommy Tallarico. Who's the guy that other guy that hangs around him?
Nick Richards?
Oh, Nick Richards. Who are the other guys that work for him?
Tommy Uyumiko says Wesley Snipes as Nick Richards and Johnny Depp as John Alvarado. I think that's actually really
That's the one. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, that
Given
could
that-
actually work. Oh, no.
Given that
I know
mustache.
who should be OEB Pete. I know. Keanu Reeves.
I don't know. Keanu Reeves is a little too.
Wait, no. We got us Turbo Joe. We forgot him. Old Turbo. And I know who should be Darius. I know exactly who would be perfect.
Oh shit! Here it comes.
Lewis Black.
Yeah, that would be Lewis Black. His attitude would fit perfectly for Darius. But,
See?
it's a little old. No, I guess Darius is going to get age swapped, turn him into an old man.
Sure. Oh, they can just reverse his age like they did with that with one of those movies. Damn. Anyway, yeah, they could just they could just reverse his age. It's not that big of a deal.
Mr. Beefy says Mrs. Beefy will be cast by no one because she's not real, as Tommy and them all said that his wife was imaginary. 56K Warning says OEB Pete been a writer for Amico since day one. He deserves to be played by Denzel Washington.
Really?
Who else? You know, for me, obviously, we know who's going to play me.
Ray Romano.
No, it's not going to be Ray Romano. You got to get a Latino. You got to get some.
We'll just race swap you too.
You can't race swap. I mean, I'm one of the main characters. I'd obviously be.
Dude,
I got the perfect.
Nick
cast.
Fury. Nick Fury was white and black. We can race swap you.
No, I'm a real person. Damn it! I'm not getting race swap. Hold on. Let me get a good shot here. I got the perfect casting for myself. Tommy Uyumiko says John Leguizamo. No, fortunately, John Leguizamo's a little crazy. Right there, it's my man Luis Guzman. It's gonna be cast as me.
If you insist.
It's kind of heavy set Latino. I think that'll work. Who's going to play Carl? That's the big question.
I'm kind of working on that. The guy, the guy who is in the Critic, the cartoon.
John Lovitz?
Yeah, John Lovitz. John Lovitz or Rodney Dangerfield.
Is Rodney Dangerfield still alive?
He was relevant in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, but is he still alive?
Oh, no, I think he's dead.
Yeah, we can't have that. We got to have someone who's alive. We can't.
Oh, okay. All right.
If we're going to cast dead people, then I guess, you would have to have Raul Julia playing me.
I don't know who'd be me, to be honest.
You going to play yourself?
No. They could just put a throwaway in.
Beefy says his imaginary wife says cast Chris Pratt as me in his Park and Rec stays. Beefy wants that mainstream casting. Who's going to be cast as the Amico? That's the big draw.
I mean, you know.
So what would this be called, Carl?
Why not
What would the
cast
name
the
of the
guy who
documentary be?
played as Kit from Knight Rider? I think he's still
Ooh.
alive.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. He was Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets
Yeah.
World.
Why not pick that guy? I think he's still alive, maybe at least, if the COVID didn't kill him.
Ooh, the COVID.
Well, I mean, you know, it's the truth. A lot of them were killed off by the COVID. So
Jack Sparrow as Carl. Who's the guy from fucking Pirates of the Caribbean? The one who's like the right hand man of Jack Sparrow.
Orlando Bloom.
No. The one that works with the bad guys and he works with the good guys and he works with the fucking bad guys.
Just look up the cast for it.
That's what I'm doing. Man, we're bad at this. My fucking brain is.
Yeah,
is
me
mush.
too. I told you I was bad at this.
Kevin McNally. That's who it is.
You mean the guy who played the captain?
No, he's not the captain. He's like the first mate.
Oh, I know the guy you're talking about.
That's the guy that's going to play you.
I mean, you know, it could be worse. Accent. Sure, why not?
We got to diversify the cast a little.
I don't know. I kind of want an actor that's people totally forgot about. I want a Ralph Macchio level of being forgotten.
No one forgot about him. He's in that new show.
I know exactly who to pick. Charlie Sheen's brother.
No. You know who Chris Farley's brother would play you?
I forget the guy's name, but he's totally perfect. He's the kind of guy people forget about and did. I want some loser that just was lost to the ages of time.
Calico Chameleon as the Amico. Robert Patrick as OED Pete would be good too, because he could do like an evil Pete, like Robert Patrick doing evil Pete. That would fucking.
I mean,
John Cena.
About? Oh, I know who should be the Amico. I know. Boy George
as the voice of the Amico.
As the voice of the Amico.
Mr. Beefy says John Cena as Carl for the whole movie shirtless. And 56K Warning said that we should call the movie Misinformation. I like No Country for Old Amigos myself. We lose you, Carl? You there?
No, I'm thinking, you know, it's
Robert Patrick is a good actor. I agree, Tommy Miko. Who the hell is Billy Carter? What the hell is this name? Just throwing names out there, Robo Blue.
I don't know. If we're going for wrestlers, for me, I want Sergeant Slaughter.
Billy Carter. Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about. He said Billy Carter should play you.
Who the hell is
Jimmy Carter?
Who the hell is Billy Carter?
Jimmy Carter's brother. He's the one that they named Billy Beer after. Tommy Miko says Vern Troyer as Tommy Tellerico.
Oh, come on. He's not that bad. He's not that short.
Poor Vern Troyer. That guy. He went through some
That guy
shit.
can't get a break.
Yeah, like one of his girlfriends abused him by putting stuff on the top shelf. I'm serious.
Man.
Oh, Jay and Silent Bob as Pat and Ian.
Ooh. Ooh, that's perfect. Ooh, I like that.
JLA King Forever says none of Tommy's insults as the movie title. Well, a gaming racist could be a good title for the movie. It depends on what the angle of the movie is, I guess. It's going to focus more on the story, going to be more of a documentary. Is it going to be more of a
Let's see.
inspired by type thing?
Okay, I got it. How about where the Amico is allegedly built?
Herb, I don't know who this is. Herb Villachase.
Oh, wait. I know who would be perfect for saggy melons. If we're gonna race swap,
my God.
Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton.
Tommy Amico wants Hervé Villachase. He's the guy who played Tattoo from Fantasy Island. Movie title is The Haters Folder. Inside
Or the Haters Vault. I like the Haters Vault myself.
Ooh, Mr. Beefy got a good one. We should call it, wouldn't that be something? The Rise of the Footbath.
How about shorten it a little bit? The Rise of the Footbath.
Man.
Or the Footbath's Ascent. The Footbath Ascending.
Beefy says make it a trilogy. We're already into season 4.
I mean, we're not only at season 4. You know, we've got a few editions released. An entire 3D animated series created by the people who did the Clone Wars.
Waylon Smithers as Max.
Oh, the guy who did Waylon Smithers, and that could be good, interesting.
Oh man, I drank about 6 Monsters this weekend.
Oh my gosh, your poor insides.
Yeah, I know. My fucking nose is all stuffed up from blood.
Oh, dude, you should not be drinking that stuff.
Snoop Dogg as Darius.
No. See, here's the problem. Snoop Dogg is likable. Darius is not.
Darius has his moments. He's not all bad.
I'll tell you, replace him with Seth Rogen instead.
Robo Blues says for the title, it should be called The Phantom Product.
I like that. That's pretty good. And for the Yakuza boss you have to fight at the end, I think it should be Jet Li.
Hell yeah. I did,
Jet Li or Chow Yun Fat.
Chow Yun Fat would be good as the Amico ninjas. So while we're waiting for Gary, I think I should give a little update on the copy strike situation. As you may not know, one of my videos got copy struck by Intellivision Entertainment, and it's been taken down. You can't watch it. I have one strike. I tried to appeal it. I was denied my appeal. However, Tipster, he got involved. He found out about it. He reached out to Intellivision. I guess Saggy somehow got involved too. And, excuse me. After it was all said and done, apparently Intellivision, Tommy Tellerico, has agreed to remove the strike. So that should be happening. Apparently, Tommy wasn't exactly up to speed on what's considered fair use. I guess Saggy explained it to him. They talked. I don't know. I didn't get the full details, but
I
so
mean,
they're supposed to release that strike on me, the strike on Leo. I don't know if anyone else had gotten a strike, and
no,
apparently they're going
I'm
to.
not popular. I'm not hated enough to get a copyright strikes.
Yeah, so I don't know when it's supposed to take. I don't know how long it takes. I know, like, when you get struck, that shit happens like fucking with the quickness. And then when it goes to take it away, YouTube fucking drags their feet on it. So it's
Hmm.
only been a couple of days since this discussion has taken place. So big shout out to Tipster. Thanks for handling that. You know, I'm a small channel, but you went out of your way, stuck your neck out for somebody that you didn't even know. You probably have no idea who I am or what the hell this whole thing's about, but good on that. Small thank you to Saggy Melons. Like I said, I don't know how she got involved, but apparently she was there to explain all this fair use to Tommy. So good on her for that.
I think for the tipster, we should have him cast by Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Since he did you a favor.
Chappie says, I think TT knows the norms. He's just an asshole. Could be. I don't know. At this point, it hasn't been
The
released yet.
way I understand it is he's kind of one of those people that has these fits, I'm gonna call them. And these fits just happen to turn him into a raging asshole.
Like I said, I don't know. What I do know is that Tommy very, very much seems out of touch with the modern internet, the way things go. Like I said, he didn't know about the
He's
oomph
a
sound until someone had
I
to
mean
bring it to his
he
attention.
he is a rich guy. What do you expect?
Be that as it may, I will give him a pass on not knowing what fair use and how it works
Oh,
and
I
everything.
believe it. I believe it.
And so hopefully I'll be able to make an update video and discuss this properly when it gets released. Tipster said that to keep him updated if it doesn't get released, to hit him back up, let him know what's going on. So hopefully by Wednesday of next week, it should be all straightened out. Any other news you got, Carl? Anything you want to discuss before we get on?
No, not really. We can move on.
Moving on.
We didn't do the top 3 if you wanted to do that.
Well, what's the top 3 for this week, Carl?
All right. Let's let them pick. All right, guys. You know the drill. Throw out a suggestion.
So in the chat, throw out a suggestion for what you want to hear Carl's top 3. Let us know, and he'll get to that in a moment. In the meantime, while we're waiting for those suggestions to roll in, I just want to address the fact that the website, thegeekgetaway.com, is back. We are running at full steam again. I took about a 3-month hiatus so I could focus on YouTube, get this set up, get the schedule going on Gabbing with Geeks, get everything going. So now we got the website back, reviews, previews.
That's
the website's
awesome.
a little more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Safe. It's a little more safe. It's not controversial. There's going to be no mentions of Hitler on the website. A lot less entertaining. A lot less bravado, if you will. It'll just be more straightforward.
Okay. All right. We have a top 3 here.
We have a couple. Hold on, Carl.
Okay.
Like I said, the website will be more straightforward. Reviews, previews, interviews, all that kind of stuff. It's myself. I also have Rango the Merc. He's a Super Smash Brothers professional player. He writes reviews and stuff on the website. Who the hell else do I got? Fuck, I gotta think of these other guys. Cola powered gamer. He does reviews and stuff on the website. And the third member of the team is the man from Morocco. What the hell is his name? Freaky Cake. So it's myself and 3 other individuals. We do it all. So
Sweet.
it's not a one-man show.
Very awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. And like I said, it is back operational. We're back up and running. So hopefully you guys, if you're interested in some honest reviews, no bias, none of that political bullshit, just straight up, talking about games, talking about geek stuff that we love, hit thegeekgetaway.com. If you want to hear about some of that stuff, but with a little more entertainment, a little more flair, some arrogance. What's the word they said? A little smugness, because they say I'm a little smug. I sound smug. So if you want some of that smugness, you come to the YouTube channel. If you want straight laced, easygoing stuff, just go to the website. With that said,
I just figured out the name for the movie.
What's the name?
How the Amico Wasn't Fun.
No, I've heard it is fun. I heard from some independent sources, in Utah. I got my spies in Utah.
Okay.
Checking it out.
So, all right, guys, we can't do the horror one because we're all going to talk about our 5 favorite horror flicks.
We're going to talk about some horror flicks later, so we're not going to do that. You got a choice, Carl. You got a top 3 new fall anime openings from Robo Blue. Chappie says top 3 SNES games. Tommy Oyumiko says top 3 what?
Worst PC. Okay. One says
Worst
top
PC
3 worst PC games.
Hot Pocket flavors.
Ooh.
So, what you
Okay.
going for, Carl?
I'm going for the 3 Hot Pocket flavors.
Ooh, Mr. 804, you got your wish, Carl. Tell us what are the top 3 Hot Pocket
Okay.
flavors?
Cheeseburger. Pizza with the cheese, and the last one, the pizza flavor with the pepperoni.
Ooh. So there you have it, folks. If you want a Hot Pocket, cheeseburger, pizza, or
Cheese
pizza,
pizza or pepperoni pizza.
Carl has spoken. No one can deny what he said.
The haters who shagged me.
Rhea says cheeseburger. 4 cheese pizza is the best. Chappie says solid. 2 pizza flavors and a burger. I like the pepperoni pizza Hot Pocket myself. I don't think I've ever had the cheeseburger one. Probably should.
It's pretty cool. So
I'm surprised you didn't say like Tide Pod flavors.
I don't do that many Hot Pockets, believe it or not. I mean, I've had a few, but man, quite a few stinkers though, that's for sure.
I mean, I'm seeing some really good ones here. We got Lyme disease flavor Hot Pockets.
No, that's okay.
Here, hold on. Let me put it up on the screen. So we got boiling water flavored Hot Pockets.
I mean, okay, if we're gonna do that, they just call it the prisoner flavored Hot Pockets. Water, bread, and water.
Super crunchy aquarium gravel Hot Pockets.
Ew.
Tide Pods. Jean Pockets. There you go. Pepperoni pizza Jean Pockets.
One Night Stand flavored Hot Pockets.
Well, they got that. It's the Hot Pockets Fleshlight. Crispy and buttery. It's a limited edition, so might want to get up on that. Lies, and even more lies. Ronaldo edition Hot Pockets. We got the PewDiePie Swedish flavored Hot Pockets.
I don't like PewDiePie.
What? You don't like PewDiePie?
I don't like it. He looks like a claymation figure or something.
You don't like anybody, Carl. Just bread Hot
No, I
Pockets.
like lots of people. It's an observation. I don't like him. Just the popularity bugs me. Okay.
His popular. Whenever there's something popular, Carl, you always have the contrarian
I don't
view. Right?
like because it ends up being popular people end up being corrupt and nasty 9 out of 10 times.
56K warning says, y'all folks with money, I see. I grew up with El Monterey burrito packs. Yeah, I remember
Hey,
those.
El Monterey burritos are the shit. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Tommy Miko says, oops, all spider eggs.
El Monterey, you take one of those, 2 of those burritos, you cover them in shredded cheese, or whatever your preference is, maybe, and after they get out of the microwave, and when they've cooled and that cheese has a nice crust over the burritos, you add some guacamole and some sour cream, or the sour cream with chives, your choice. There you go.
Rhea wants Don Bowley. Chappie McChapster says, it looks like claymation. I'm going to spend years trying to figure out what that means. What does that mean, Carl?
Just the way his face looks. I don't know.
He doesn't look like a real person.
Kind of like Dreamcast guy. He has a very Dreamcast guy face.
Tommy Miko says, I wonder what kind of crazy shit Carl would say if he was really intoxicated.
That's why I don't drink.
He also says, I grew up going to McDonald's on Mondays and Wednesdays just to get the 29-cent burgers. And Chappie is more confused by that explanation.
I don't know what to tell you. It's just, I used to go to a camp when I was little, and it was an island on a river, lake or something, and we would always go to the Dairy Queen and have lots of hamburgers, and I remember that moment fondly.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. I remember that.
Your stories always end.
At least I'm not talking about Hitler or gay men who collect shoes.
Yeah, that was a little. There you go, Carl. PewDiePie looks like claymation. I agree. Robo Blue says he grew up going to church for the free cake.
We always did have a lot of those functions at the churches I went to. Yeah, that's true. But most of them did have that kind of stuff. So, like a lot of the stuff when Brett Weiss talks about his memories of church and lock-ins, those are kind of my memories as well. Except I never got introduced to an Intellivision. I was a Nintendo kid, so I probably said, what the hell is this?
I remember church. My parents used to always send me to church on Sundays, me and my brother. My parents wouldn't go, but they would always make us go. And we would sometimes just pick up one of those little pamphlets and then go fuck off somewhere for a couple hours and then just come back and be like, yeah, we're at church. Here's a pamphlet from the church.
But church was fun for me. It was,
Beefy says that his kid decided to go to his stack of comics, say, wow, take his food hands and thumb through it. First world problems. Poor Beefy's comics getting all messy.
Oh, yeah. You were Catholic, Tommy Yamiko.
Tommy Miko says they gave us wine at church when we were kids. There's a phone number
It's
you could call. I would suggest
it's
getting
not
in
the
contact with.
same. It's not the same thing, and he knows it. It's not like they gave you shots of tequila or rum or anything. I mean, give me a break.
Mr. Beefy says it's what I get for modding. Yeah, you were paying attention to the chat, and your kid just fucked up all your comics. To Tommy Uyamiko's comment, I know he was telling a joke, but I actually have I don't know if it's a funny story. Maybe it's an interesting story, but I'll share it anyway. I went to a Catholic high school.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. And we had to get all counselors, They gave everybody a counselor. And when you were a freshman, you had to go see your counselor on a regular basis, to get you acclimated to the school and everything and make sure that you're keeping your schedule and your classes weren't too much. And I had a counselor. His name was Brother Briette. Okay, Carl? So he always gave me a weird vibe. I always got like a weird vibe around this guy, right? Everybody was always like, this guy's so nice. Everybody likes him. He helps out at the school.
Oh, no.
He, he's always staying late, helping everybody out. Such a nice guy, saying hi to everybody in the hallway. But I always got a weird vibe from him, right? So one day, he was my counselor, unfortunately. And he called me, they called me to go to counseling, as they do, hey, you got to go talk to your counselor for, 5 or 10 minutes. So I went in there and got a real weird vibe. So I was just looking at the door, and I'm looking at the door, and I'm not really paying attention to what he's saying. And this guy, Carl, he fucking exploded. He was like, you motherfucker, you don't want to be here, huh? You just want to leave. You keep looking at the door. You keep looking at the fucking door. You don't want to be here. Just fucking go. If you don't want to be here, just go. I'm sick and tired of this. Every time you come in here, you always act like you don't want to be here. Just fucking leave. Just go, right? This dude fucking went off. So I was like, fuck it, right? And I left. And I told everybody, I was telling the other kids about it, right? And they're like, man, that's weird because, dude's so nice and, everyone likes him and he's fucking nice guy and everything, right? But I was like, nah, I was like, there's something wrong with this guy. So about a year later, Carl, no, it was like 2 years later. It's like 2 years later, right? So I'm a junior now and we're having, there's this retreat coming up, right? So we're going to go to this retreat in like 2 weeks. We're going to go out into the woods, stay at some cabin or some shit, right? Do some like a religious shit. And he's going to be there, right? He's supposed to be like one of the counselors that are there, him and 2 other people. And we get this announcement, boom, bing, bing, everybody go to their homeroom, right? It's going to be like a thing because we used to have TVs. I went to like a Ritchie Catholic school. They had TVs in the classroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the principal gets on the TV and he's like, unfortunately, Brother Briette was arrested last night. And if you see him at the school, let somebody know. He's not supposed to come back to the school. He's out on bail, but he's not supposed to come back to the school. He's not supposed to be on the school grounds. If you see him, let somebody know, blah, 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 right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everyone already knows where the story's going. So it turns out that Brother Briette, he was talking to what he thought was a young man online. Turns out it was the FBI. They had been tracking him. He tried to meet what he thought was a young boy.
I knew it.
He thought he was going to meet a young boy at Duke's for some one-on-one counseling time, but it turned out it was the FBI.
Oh yeah, you never ever meet up with anyone online for one-on-one. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, they Chris Hansen him. They said, "Hey, have a seat." So he got arrested, and he was gone. He was gone, and the funniest thing is because everybody gave me shit for 2 years about it, right? Because I would always tell the story about how dude was weird with me, and everyone was like, "No, you're fucking crazy." You know, it always had to be me. It was like they're like, "Oh, it's fucking you, Tony. You're just fucking you're the weird one, right?" It wasn't him. He's a nice guy. Then after he got arrested, I was like, "See, I fucking told you guys. You didn't fucking believe me. This guy was fucking weird, right? I got that weird vibe off him, and I was right." And you want to know what the really, really fucked up part about this whole story is, Carl?
What's that?
Would you like to hear what do you think what could be even more fucked up than this? What I have told you so far.
I don't know.
So, after he got arrested, I forget why, but I got online. I was like, let me look up, to see what's going on with this guy, right? So I Googled him. I Googled him, Carl. Turns out he had been transferred from 5 other Catholic schools, each time because apparently there were accusations of him touching.
Of course,
kids.
didn't you ever? I'm not surprised. I saw that episode of Law and Order Special Victims Unit.
Dude, it was fucking Law and Order. For 40 years, this guy had been getting passed from school to school and basically ducking the authorities because everyone was basically turning a blind eye to what he was doing. And when people ask me why I'm no longer a Catholic, this is the story I tell them, Carl. This is why I don't believe in church or organized religion. Yeah, Chappie. Chappie says that's like the story of all those guys. Yeah, it's fucked up. That
I mean, I grew up like in Baptist and Protestant churches, so I didn't really have a traditional Catholic upbringing. So, I mean, here, church does work, and the leadership is responsible for its people, and that's all I'm going to say about them. But I can understand why you feel the way you do. I understand. Something like my dad's friend. My dad's friend doesn't really, I guess, subscribe to faith and religion and all that stuff because of what happened with his childhood. So, yeah, I get it.
Tommy Miko says, yeah, Catholic, they would be like, Mr. Jason got too friendly with the girls. Don't talk about him anymore. Yeah. So I just thought, I always think that it's a funny story. My intuition, that's why I always trust my gut. I always trust my intuition. If I get a bad feeling.
Well, I got a story to tell you.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
This is
these comments.
This is a Darwin Award, so it's basically confirmed.
All right, hold on. Robo Blue says, I had a Spanish teacher like that. She didn't even teach. She just yelled at the same kid all year. Wow, that sucks. I mean,
she's the hot Spanish teacher, then, 101, isn't that big of a deal.
The problem is church elevates fallible humans to positions of holy authority. I think that's half the problem, Robo Blue. The other half of the problem is, at least in the Catholic Church, the way forgiveness works, basically you could just do something shitty, ask for forgiveness, and then it's supposed to be wiped clean. So, shitty people take advantage of that and they do shitty things, and then they just ask for forgiveness, and then everyone's supposed to pretend like nothing shitty happened.
Yeah, but the Bible said, basically, as I understand it, says that the people in the church leadership are going to get it worse than everyone else. So, when this person eventually goes, if he doesn't turn away from his ways, he's not going to have a happy eternity.
Yeah, Beefy says he disagrees with me. Do you disagree exactly how, Beefy?
I disagree too, but it's not. you have to come to the. You have to, go through. You have to decide. You have to have your own spiritual walk. So,
Well, as somebody who was going to be a priest, someone who wanted to be, who thought they heard the call, as it were, I think God has put me in a unique position. You know, I trust in God. I do believe in God. I just don't believe in organized religion and people acting on His authority, as it were. Beefy says that
I
isn't
mean,
how it works. That means they really aren't sorry. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Beefy. They aren't sorry, but because of the way the Catholic Church works, they can pretend to be sorry. People who are sociopathic, who can fake remorse and everything, they will be given forgiveness. And you also got to remember the other part of that is the fact that the church is looking to avoid embarrassment, so they'll pretend to go along with it, in order to not publicly embarrass the church.
all right. So let me tell my story, okay?
All right, Kyle, what do you got
So
going? Let me hear
this, all right. So it takes place in a church. I forget the location, and this guy robs of the offering plate, and he gets caught red-handed and just flees. And right as soon as he escapes, he gets hit by a truck and dies.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, you don't rob the church. You don't try to rob from Jesus. That's one thing.
But let's move on. Let's move on. Before you start losing subscribers.
We're not going to lose subscribers from telling these horribly stories. Tommy Yumiko says, I just stay a good dad for God. All I can do. Yeah.
Gotta do what you gotta do,
Gogo13 says, it all seems unlikely to be true, but I don't crap on people who believe. Yeah, I mean,
okay,
people
but
want to believe, they can.
I mean, but to be fair, Ada for, I mean, that's not. Can you honestly say that disagreeing with the Bible about bats not being birds is going to send you to hell? Because no, it won't. And you got to consider the time which the book, the Bible, was written. I mean, maybe it was back then.
Ooh. Mr. 804 says there's no mention of a Miko in the Bible, but Beefy reminds us that feet are being washed in the Bible. And the foot bath known as a Miko, could be fulfilling the prophecy. Revelation.
That's a bit of a stretch, but
Rhea says Revelations is wild. Yeah. Have you read the Bible, Carl? Have you ever actually sat down and read it?
I read it. I mean, not page to page, but
then you haven't read it. Either you've read it or
I've read it. I've read some of it. I've not read all of it.
I've read it all, Carl, several times over.
My favorite. I will tell you this though, that I think my favorite books in the Bible were Kings.
My favorite books in the Bible is probably Numbers, because it says that I can sell my children for money. So there is that. It actually has a price. It has a whole handy guide for how to price your children when you sell them. Chappie wants Carl's top 3 books of the Bible.
Top 3 books of the Bible. I mean, I guess if I had to, Genesis, Romans, and Revelations.
Genesis is a trip though, because in Genesis, the Bible says that angels from heaven came down and had relations with human women to create a race of giants.
I mean,
So that's kind of
you
weird.
know, it really just depends. So.
Oh yeah, see, Tommy Yumiko knows the Bible. He says the best part is when Jesus got all pissed off at the dude selling stuff at the temple and flipped out. That is my second favorite Jesus story. The best Jesus story is when he went to the fig tree and he wanted a fig, but the fig tree had no figs, so he cursed the fig tree for all eternity to never produce figs again because he was so pissed off at this particular tree.
One of my favorite Jesus stories was the prodigal son.
How does that one go, Carl?
So this dad was wealthy as can be, had two sons, and the youngest basically wanted his inheritance. Now, back then, that's basically saying, I wish you were dead. And so he gets his money and he blows it all. He's poor broke, working, doing menial labor, and realizes, hey, if my dad's employees get pretty good benefits, so he goes back, asks to work with his dad for his dad, and the dad hugs him and all that stuff, and wants to prepare a celebration, and his brother gets all mad. He says, "What gives? I sticked with you all this time." And the dad says, that's basically how it goes. And he's bases, this is already yours. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but
Pastor Carl, preach for us.
I'm really bad at quoting everything.
Go 13 says the Old Testament is obviously just stories meant to get a point across. I don't think it's fact like people take it. Well, here's the.
I don't know. Can you prove otherwise?
In actuality, according to the church, the Bible is the word of God, as it is written by humans, and so it is actually supposed to be taken quite literally. Literally.
I mean, you got to figure some of the things like how to dress, for example, that's basically advice. Some of it is common sense stuff there to help you, but others do have spiritual significance.
Chappie says Carl is kind of like Norm Macdonald except without a shirt. Tommy Miko be like, low people be like, Jesus was a Jew, and I'll be like, bro, he was a rabbi. Yeah, exactly. We do know the story of Adam and Eve and how the serpent tricked them into eating the apple. But as you might not be aware, and what you might have forgotten on that story is after they get caught, God punishes them all, kicks Adam and Eve out of the garden, creates labor pains for Eve's punishment, and then he curses the serpent to forever crawl on its belly, which begs the question, exactly how did the serpent get around prior to God cursing it? Was it
if it said maybe the serpent flew.
With like a helicopter tail? Like it spun its tail like a helicopter?
I'm thinking just in general, just floated.
I think that the serpent was like in Cubert. It just hopped, and like coiled up in like a spring. Just springed.
Maybe. I don't know. We have the Creation Museum near us, and they actually had some interesting theories about the way the Garden of Eden worked and everything.
Tommy Miko,
And
I'm part Native American. I wish I knew that religion better too. So creationists don't believe in dinosaurs. What's up with that?
I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I don't really have anything to say about that. So
Tommy Yumiko says, my family goes to Rome and Jerusalem, but no thanks. I want to see Asia personally. Asia is a great band. Heat of the moment. So hopefully you do get to see Asia at some point. Gogo13 says creationists are uber nutty. Yeah, exactly. While most, I don't disparage most religious people, there are a few exceptions. Creationists, Scientologists, and of course the Jedi are all crazy people.
whoa! There's actually a Jedi religion.
Yeah, actually, it's one of the biggest religions in Australia.
Oh, that's Australia. I mean, sorry, sorry, Pigsy out there. It just, yeah.
Beefy, this is exactly what they believe. Dinos are elaborate joke placed in the ground by God to make us go, what the hell are those things? Yeah, I've heard that some people think that dinosaur bones are actually fake by the Satanist trying to trick people into doubting God.
Doesn't the Bible mention like dinosaurs?
It mentions various creatures, nothing that's exactly a dinosaur. Obviously, dinosaurs
But couldn't
didn't exist
the
back then.
dinosaurs exist? And
But
I
see, here's
can't.
the thing, Carl. The Bible says that the Earth is not as old as dinosaur bones.
Oh,
So
I don't know what to tell you. Honestly, it's.
Gogo13 says you doubt the Force. I do. I doubt it. I don't think the Force is real. BB says my kid likes playing with dinos. Stands to reason God would like to play with them too. Yeah. Look up biblical physical descriptions of angels. Yeah, angels are crazy in the Bible. Wheels within wheels. Tommy Miko. Maybe we
Can we
should do
talk
like
about? Can we talk about something else?
Top 3 religious songs.
I can tell you. I can tell you one or two of mine. Sure.
What are your favorite religious songs, Carl?
Healing Rain. Healing Rain. That's Victory in Jesus. And that's about it, honestly. I don't really have a. I don't like. I'm not really. Look, I'm a Christian, but there are two things I don't like very much: Christian music and Christian video games.
I like Skillet. Skillet's a Christian band. They make good music. Obviously, Michael Row Your Boat Ashore is a great song. Joy, 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 Down in My Heart. Apparently, Reyes says Evangelion rules. Okay. Not sure where that came from. Beefy's right. Angels are scary. Everyone was scared when they would see one. Except for that one time.
I know what Ray meant.
What's she mean?
She's talking about the anime Evangelion.
Ooh. Pod. Pick a Destiny. I love that movie. It's a great movie. Not sure why I go with 13.
Oh, Christian movies. I've watched a few. Or another story. I love me some Christian movies.
Oh,
I don't remember their names.
Like Left Behind and all that? Bible Man?
I'm more. Don't knock Bible Man. I mean more specifically like the modern day ones, where people like Kevin Sorbo are in them.
Kevin Sorbo.
Amazon Prime actually has a few good ones that are worth watching.
Ken Ham says they lived at the same time. He made a crappy arc here to grift people. Life of Brian. It's a good movie. Anything left to say on the religious?
No way. Let's move on as quickly as possible.
What is there left to move on to? Where can we go from here, folks? As we are reminded.
Okay, I do have.
Wait. 1 Corinthians 13, verse 11 says, "When I was a child, I thought like a child, understood like a child. I was disciplined like a child. But when I became a man, I left childish things behind." And so we will leave this topic behind and focus on something a little less childish. We're going to talk Amico. You got to love that segue.
So
nobody had the segue.
We're going boomer talk.
Not boomers. They weren't at boomers. They were at home in an hour. We've been stalling for an hour and 16 minutes, Gary. And you want us to stall another hour? Jeez.
I mean, okay, I got one. Okay, so one of my videos I did before I removed it was I discussed alternatives to porn when you were a kid, because obviously you couldn't get a hold of Playboys or whatever, and I mentioned one in particular being horror movies, specifically slasher flicks. Yeah, we're going to talk about that stuff.
I don't think that is a appropriate topic for Gabbing with Geeks, discussing our porn interest, Carl. Although Tommy Miko says that Elvira was a source of much enjoyment for him as a child.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, no doubt.
Yes, GoGo13, we are going to talk about the Salt Lake event. Robo Blue says talk about anime. 804
okay.
says Left Behind is so bad.
Japanimation, you uncultured heathen.
Uncultured swine. It is Japanimation. Please continue. Carl, tell us your faves. No KP. We're going to avoid that. What? Elvira's a lesbian? No way.
I mean, I don't know.
Crazy.
None of my business.
Yeah, we're going to keep it. We're not PG-13.
None of my business.
We're about R. What's after PG-13? What's between PG-13 and R? Because that's where we're at.
And R17, I guess.
No, that's beyond R, Carl.
Oh, I don't know. There is no between.
Whatever is between
like
PG-13 and rated
okay.
R, we're that's what we.
Let me explain here. Like, there's G, which is general audience, so kid-friendly, whatnot. Then you have PG-13, which is meant to get prepare kids for adult films.
You skipped one, Carl. You skipped.
I did?
PG. Yeah, PG.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, okay. PG. Thank you. Yeah, PG and PG-13 are meant to gradually prepare teenagers for adult films, R-rated, etc., and so
on. I guess TV MA would be what we are. Not quite R, but a little mature.
R.
You know what's funny though? PG-13 movies actually have been found to contain more swear words than R-rated movies.
Well, yeah. I mean, swearing isn't technically what gets a movie the R label. It's just one of the things that could contribute.
Yeah, remember when Temple of Doom was PG? Yeah.
it's like, well, I rest my case. It's what gets a movie the R rating. I'm not going to stop doing that. And is a combination of factors: swearing, violence, and if it has a lot of both and nudity, then there you go.
So, what Japanimation movies have you been watching lately, Carl?
None.
None.
Yeah, I don't watch. I don't watch animated anything usually.
Oh man, it's such a shame that this is going to be Carl's last appearance on the show.
I mean, like for my alternatives are basically Amazon Prime. I hate looking for dubbed anime on Japanimation or what? Dubbed animation on Amazon Prime. It's a pain in the backside.
Just watch the subtitle ones.
I can't keep. I have bad vision, dude. I can't keep up with that stuff.
I thought you got the laser surgery. I thought that was supposed to fix it all.
Yeah,
up.
but it doesn't fix everything completely. I still have, like, I have the reflexes and I have the mind of a 40-year-old. I mean, what do you, a 43-year-old or probably older than that. I cannot keep up with all that stuff. I mean, have you even seen me read?
I have. You know what anime you need to watch on Netflix, Carl?
Japanimation.
Japanimation. Record of Ragnarok. It is a tournament-style Japanimation where the gods have decided that humans no longer deserve to exist, but one of them decides that they should fight a tournament to determine whether or not humans should exist. So the greatest human warriors are going to fight in a tournament against gods.
Oh, I mean, guys, I've seen Fist of the North Star, some of One Piece. I've seen all that stuff.
Yeah, but this one is good. This is one you got like Zeus takes on Adam from Adam and Eve. Adam.
Yeah.
Buddha's in it. They got Aphrodite.
Oh, all Aphrodite would have to do is sleep her way to the top.
She's just a spectator. She's actually topless, and two servants hold her boobs up because they're so big. And I wish I was joking. I wish I could tell you that was some sort of joke on my part, but no, it is true. I'm actually going to get you the picture. I'm going to show you right now. Where is it at? Wow, there's way too many graphic pictures here. Hold on. Let's see. Here we go. Hopefully this one is not too bad. We don't get killed. I don't know if everybody can see that. Tamu Yumiko says the Shinrikyo anime. Slayers. I think I remember that from back in the day. I gotta look that up. Did we lose you, Carl? Too many boobs on the screen, or what?
Give me a minute. No, I was searching myself, actually. That way you wouldn't have to compromise your channel or anything.
We don't have to worry about compromising nothing. Rhea says, I tried getting into Indiana Jones but couldn't hang. So, what? Indiana Jones is fucking awesome. First three. First Indiana Jones is the best. The Last Crusade is the second
okay.
best. The middle one.
Okay, maybe I'm going to talk about Hitler a little bit. See, Rambling Man asked me what my top 3 dictators were, and I said Joseph Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini because they are the ones that shaped the 20th century the most. And honestly speaking, if it were not for Hitler, we would just have the 2 bad Indiana Jones movies that people don't like.
It's true. I know exactly what you're talking about, Tommy Unique. I seen a video on this on the Shikrikyo. It's a cult from Asia. It's an Asian cult, and they have their own anime. It is actually pretty fun. Gogo13 says he likes the classics like Fist of the North Star and, of course, Gogo13, the professional. It's great anime, great Japanimation. Pretty decent NES game, too. Robo Blue says Record of Ragnarok is kind of dragged out.
Okay,
pretty good. Hirohito.
You're not.
You don't like Hirohito as one of your top 3 dictators?
Give me a minute. Okay, you were not wrong about Aphrodite. Damn, they are big.
I told you. Mr. 804 says Carl is too much of a man for cartoons.
I mean, here's the thing. You know, like, no one ever talks about Hirohito or Pol Pot or any of those. People talk about Mussolini, Stalin, and Hitler the most. That's all I'm saying.
And Castro, you can't forget Castro.
Oh, I mean, Castro's more like an American thing. The rest of the world doesn't give a care about that guy. And he didn't do anything to contribute. I mean, he will never. It's basically like Bill Burr said, there is a glass ceiling for evil. The people who are usually at the top for evil are white. That's all I'm saying. Like, Kim Jong-un, Castro, Pol Pot, they will never compete. Could never compete with the trio. That's the truth.
Apparently, Beefy's blocking people on accident. Let me check this out.
Okay. Now, while you're doing that, I want to close this picture.
Robo Blue, they said Carl needs to check out One Piece. You know what? I watched some of it when it was on Fox Kids, One Piece, and I really wanted to get into it, but there's way too many fucking episodes. Mr. 804 was timed out for 300 seconds, but
okay, here we go. So, One Piece is okay, but my problem is with One Piece, they're making it into like everyone can be a pirate. I hate that they just glorify. They're basically glorifying crime, like mafia movies, which is why I don't watch them.
Yeah, Beefy killed 804. I gotta check to see if he's not dead on the channel. Yeah, but there's way too many fucking episodes of One Piece.
It's all they're going to do is just keep making episode after episode of One Piece. It's why don't watch Dragon Ball Super? I got through
One Pieces.
Yeah, I know exactly what the point is. See, there's this uber pirate that stole all the stuff and hid it at this place called the Grand Line. So One Piece is basically all that treasure. And all these pirates are trying to race to get it. And that's basically the story. And here we have Luffy, who's a rubber man because he ate the gum fruit, which is cursed. So if you eat the cursed fruit, you can't swim for some stupid reason.
Yeah, but I mean, I think One Piece is supposed to be more than just treasure. There's supposed to be a something, like a mystery.
Oh, there is, but you know what that mystery, what the treasure is? I mean, I guess that's a mystery.
Reservation Dogs is a cool show. I heard about that. I heard it was a good show.
Let's see here. The ones I know of that I've not really talked about. Let's see. The Big O is pretty good. If you like Matrix style stuff.
RoboBlue says that there's a fan edit called One Piece that cuts down the filler, but it's still roughly 500 episodes.
Still not interested. No.
Oh man, that's way too long.
I mean, like Goku,
Roger treasure is actually a government conspiracy.
Goku Midnight Eye is pretty good, but honestly, both episodes are the exact same as far as story goes. So, just watch one; you'll pretty much see them both. There's Goku though, which is pretty okay. The El Hazard, pick one. Yeah, so Owl Star, Gundam Wing. My favorite Gundam show is Double Stardust Memory.
I don't know, man. My favorite Gundam, I know nobody really likes it, but I love G Gundam.
Oh crap! The Dragon Ball Z, the anime. We've got to express our feelings by fighting.
Yeah, G Gundam's awesome. Come on, Tequila Gundam, you have a Gundam that has a fucking sombrero and it's got cactus aesthetic. Can't go wrong with that.
I mean, all that's missing is I hate to say this, but considering what they did with that, all they're really missing is a Gundam power to help them sneak across the border without getting caught.
He did. He goes through the water because Tequila Gundam lives in the water. No, Shining Finger. Come on. You want to give somebody the shining finger every once in a while.
I mean, it should be more like called the shining clutch because that's all it is. Because he grabs, it's an attack where he grabs his hand heats up, and he grabs her head, and the energy just causes the head explode. Which, if you remember, in G Gundam, if you lose your head, that's it. You're done. I've seen all the episodes.
I have seen all the episodes.
It's you like it and you haven't seen it? For shame.
I used to watch it when it was on. It used to be on Adult Swim, and then it stopped airing when I could catch it because work and family and all that.
Yeah. I don't know.
How could you not love a Gundam show that had a football themed American Gundam?
Oh crap! Let me. I just, it was like they were inspired too much by Dragon Ball Z. I guess I don't know.
I think it came out way before Dragon Ball Z even existed, Carl.
I don't know, to be honest.
I mean, hold on,
maybe I don't know. There's Dot Hack, but honestly, Dot Hack really isn't that interesting.
Look at those Gundams. I mean, no other Gundam series has such a wide range of designs. You got Russian Gundams. You got German. This one, it looks like a fucking pharaoh.
They do have the Burger King attack.
You got this one, the Netherlands Gundam that's like a giant fucking windmill.
Oh, criminy sake. You gotta wonder how that thing works.
You got the Matador Gundam that's like a giant fucking bullhead. Come on. How could you not?
I don't know. I mean, it's just not that interesting to me, I suppose. Yeah, it's where the hell is Gary at?
The best mech show is the Scooby-Doo one. I haven't seen that.
There's a Scooby-Doo mech show.
Probably is.
What is it? What is the powered by pot?
Everybody's waiting on the Amico talk, and we're here trying to stall for Gary. It's kind of weird. You know what? I guess we'll just go ahead and show some footage of Moon Patrol. There is a small, like a minute-long video that was uploaded to what's the name of this channel? Arcade Heroes. They got 10,000 viewers or subs, and they uploaded this video. It's a quick look: Moon Patrol, Milky Way Chronicles, and Television Amico. So we're gonna take a look at the video, and we'll see what it says. We'll see what we can see. Oh shit!
Arcade Heroes.
Oh, really? Ah, rigid.
What the Every time, Carl. It's a fucking 1 minute video, and this damn internet decides to act all up. Are you with me, Carl? Are you there? Carl, are you there? Did I lose you, Carl?
I was checking something. I was asking my dad about something that he is checking out earlier. That's all.
You can't do that to me, Carl. You can't.
Sorry about that. It's besides, it's the Miko. I mean, you know.
You're gonna watch this video, Carl.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, really? Ah, rigid port.
Because there's some very very funny stuff going on with this Moon Patrol video. We're gonna watch it.
I'm not interested until I see a virgin sacrificed.
Placeholder.
So you got platforms.
Yeah.
So if this is in Utah, I'm wondering, does it come with wife swapping?
No. No wife swapping.
Oh, really?
As you can see, it's just basic. It's Moon Patrol.
Since it's so right, especially where it has the old school arcade gameplay, which wasn't very forgiving.
And that was all that they showed. That's going on here. This
Yeah.
Don't give me a fucking ad.
Looking for feedback?
I don't want to look for feedback.
How you
Shut the fuck up.
ask is everything. Meet Typeform.
Yes, skip the fuck. How do you have an ad on a 1 minute video? Did you enjoy that look at Moon Patrol, Carl?
I don't know. Not really. I don't care about Moon. I've never cared about Moon Patrol. I used to care. I used to care about Astro Smash. Then I saw you killed it for me, you bastard. I saw you play, but oh man, this is boring.
Why is the moon so red? I don't know. It's not the frame rate; it's just how the moon really is. I think it's the frame rate's bad. I think it's on my end. It's my internet making it a little.
Did they
laggy.
make a song about Moon Patrol called "The Wheel in the Sky"? You know that it keeps turning.
Yeah, Reyes says, I wish we could have seen the controllers. Yeah, but as you can
They're
see,
never going to show you that.
as you can see, they have a campaign versus ranking and workshop. I don't know how a versus mode on Moon Patrol would work. That's at least got me a little curious. So there is up to 4 players. As you can see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 players. So again, I don't know. I remember Tommy said that for 2 players, one would control the Moon Patrol buggy, the other would control the firing. I don't know if 4 players, you got, one goes forward, one goes backward, one shoots forward, one shoots up, or how it works. They go out of their way to not explain these things.
I want to try this Tommy Yamiko quote. All right, you ready, folks? All right, Moon Patrol on the motherfucking moon.
Possibly. Beefy says co-op control different parts of the ship. Yeah, but I'm saying like with 4 people, I mean, what parts of there's only so many parts of the ship. I can't see how you would get 4 players in there. Front fire, top fire, speed, jump. Yeah, I guess. That would be really horrible gameplay. I don't think that would be fun. I guess maybe if you're drunk and you're playing 4 players, it would.
I mean, that's what the Amico is, basically, for drunk people.
All right, as you can see, they have the different moons. You got Venus, which isn't a moon, but you got Moon, which is a moon.
And
Phobos.
you know what they say about Venus.
Titan, Miranda, Triton, and the top one is Chiron. And now here, this is some placeholder text.
I think it's Corone.
This placeholder text is really interesting because this is text from Star Fox. So I don't know why Star Fox's text is in the Moon Patrol. They're building Moon Patrol from scratch. And
they say they're building it from scratch.
And I mean, this isn't like blah blah blah. Like if this was just placeholder text, it would just be like, hey, blah blah blah. But I mean, why would you throw the entire? It's not even like just haha, like a joke. It's weird. It's weird that they got this entire text from Star Fox in there. Tommy Miko says Miyamoto worked on Moon Patrol with Tommy. Confirmed. No, we're not spliffing it up. I'm not even sure what that means.
Wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Sorry.
Chappie wants to know, what do they say about Venus?
That Venus likes a little too much penis.
Never heard that, Carl. But yeah, so this is again.
Venus is like the Roman god of love, is she not?
She is. What do you think about this here, Carl? Why do you think they have this Star Fox text in here?
It could be anything. They could be having an inspired by Star Fox. I mean, and you can't say that doesn't happen where they're not inspired. I mean, look at Axiom Verge. As I recall hearing, like the day when they showed it off at E3 for the first time, people are saying that looks like, I think like Reggie Fils-Aimé even said it looks like Metroid.
Star Fox 3 Amico exclusive. Maybe they were gonna pitch this as
who
Moon
knows?
Patrol, the Star Fox Chronicles or something. I don't
I
know.
doubt it. Tommy Tallarico hates Nintendo, so
Finnegan Fox has text from Earthbound in it. Does it?
it could just be something that they decided, hey, this looks cool. Let's put it in our game.
I don't know. I know that there is stuff, a lot of games. Oh, he's just kidding. He says, "No, just kidding." There is a lot of games that'll take text from other games and throw it in as placeholder for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. That's
why
possible.
they decided on this. Here's the thing:
mean,
like, why would you leave this in? Like, you're going to show it off to fans to play the game. Obviously, people are going to take footage.
this is just going to be something that I'm going to give Tommy Tallarico a break on because I don't know nobody really knows what's going on yet. So until there's further proof of his wrongdoing, then at this moment, it's just speculation.
Well, I don't think there's any wrongdoing. I just think it's weird. Like, of all the text they
No,
have
I
in
know.
there.
But you know how some people like like Oscar the Slouch will react. He'll make a whole story about nothing.
What
And we
kind
don't
of
have
thought does
enough
Patrol even need?
information.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. 804. I don't understand what the placeholder text is even for. I mean,
It could be anything, but
what I'm
I
saying is
want
why would you
more.
need? What I'm saying is why would you need placeholder text? Because it's Moon Patrol.
Good question.
It's just.
I just want more. I just want more. I'm not saying.
BB says I think he requested to play it. It wasn't one they were specifically showcasing. Yeah, I think I read that. We are going to read this individual's. He made a post on Atari Age, and I will read what he said. But like I said, I'm not. It's not so much that there's placeholder text. It was just to me, it's just weird that he would choose.
No, I know.
Placeholder text.
It's just my point of view. That's all I'm saying. It's
modern games like a story. Look at.
I mean, if you think it's if you're concerned, let's talk about it.
No, I don't think it's a concern as far as something nefarious. I just think it's like I said, it's Moon Patrol. So I don't like how much story could there be to Moon Patrol that they would need to have placeholder text? Like a placeholder splash screen would be cool.
Yeah. Let me ask you all a question. Okay, so let's say the Amico's finished, and someone offers you a stack of Amico physical games, and the Amico itself, or a Nintendo Wii, and Metroid Other M. Which would you pick?
The Amico stuff, because it'd be worth more.
I don't know. How much is Other M at the moment?
No idea, but something that's going to be rare versus something that's common. Come on. But here's the real. I mean, we're constantly being told that these things are ready. These things are, good to go. Remember that they feel complete because Retro Bro and other people have played these games. They've played Moon Patrol, and they said that they're ready to go. They're 100%. But if there's placeholder text, clearly they're not ready to go. They're not 100%. I mean, clearly the game's not ready. Can we all agree to that?
Whoa.
Yeah, see, Tommy Yumiko says, Smash JT and the rest saw this text and pretended they didn't. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I believe that they sincerely believe they have, but whether they did actually did or not, I can't say.
I believe they have because they said they played the game. They've all said they've played this game. They've all said that it feels complete. Remember, that's a Retro Bro. It's constantly saying it feels complete. The games feel ready.
Oh, man.
But clearly you can't. I don't understand how you could say something feels ready when you have placeholder text.
I
You
mean,
know, if
you
that
know,
text wasn't there, if you get rid of the placeholder text, right, I can say, oh yeah, it feels ready because there's no
you want to
indication that
know,
it's not. But you
you
have
want to know what
placeholder text.
you want to know what I think of the word, people using the word feels in this kind of situation.
What do you think, Carl?
Do you really want to know?
We
I'll
all want
tell
to know.
you.
Everybody's on the edge of their seat.
Okay, the problem I have with feels statements, it's like saying,
Carl,
it
did I lose you?
feels wrong. Hold on. Am I hello testing?
Yeah, I muted the wrong site in my boomer attempts at doing something.
All right, so my problem with feel statements, it's like this. Well, it feels wrong that Aphrodite in that Japanimation has such ginormous boobs. I mean, that's a level of, that's how I feel about it. If you wouldn't say that, then something like that. Why would you say something like it feels complete?
Well, Tommy Uyamiko, to your point, he said, fucking Corneria, what the fuck? As soon as I saw that word, red flag. Well, the only possibility that I could see where Retro Bro and the rest of them didn't realize this was placeholder text was they would have to have seen this text and not know that it was from Star Fox. And two, Tommy would not have told them that it was placeholder text. He just kind of let them assume that it was the story for Moon Patrol. So if those two things had occurred, they didn't know that this placeholder text was from Star Fox and that Tommy did not inform them that it was placeholder text, then that would be the only way I could see that they would think that the game was ready to go. Other than that, there's no way. There's no way you could see that text. And if you know what it's from, or if you're told that it's placeholder text, there's no way you could think that the game was ready to go.
So I did a bit of research. Metroid Other M is worth $25.
See? So the Amico stuff would be worth more, Carl.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Mr. Ford says COVID made the devs put the wrong text.
That's possible.
It is possible.
That is entirely possible. I just, at this point, they're just showing this.
Here's the
I
only
don't
other
know.
scenario I could figure, Carl. It's something that I've just in my brain. The only other scenario is that they saw the text, they were told that it was placeholder text, or they recognized the text being related to Star Fox, and then they were told that it would be fixed with a patch or something, that not to worry about it. And then they chose to pretend like they didn't see it and that they because they figured it would be fixed, so don't worry about it. Hey, it's going to be fixed. Don't worry about it. No reason to bring it up because it's going to be fixed. That's the only other scenario. So those are the only possibilities that I can come up with. As far as the quality of the game looks very basic. I mean, it's Moon Patrol. I tried playing Moon Patrol on the arcade archives. I didn't really like it. I mean, I couldn't get past the landmines. I don't know why there's landmines on the moon.
I mean, my problem with this sort of thing and the games is like, okay, let's take a game that I bought me and Gary. At least you have an idea that, with some certainty at least, that the game will run okay. But this thing, I don't think there's going to be there. Like, who's to say that the games will be acceptable out of the box,
I mean, I hope they are.
I mean, does that make sense? What I'm saying?
It makes sense. I understand your trepidation as to whether or not they can deliver the product that they are
Yeah, and
promising.
it's bugging me. Something just feels weird about it.
Mr. 804 says that text was hater bait. Tommy is playing the long game. Yeah, I'm
It's
sure
more
that's
like,
going to be the excuse. He'll say that he purposely left that in there because he knows that those uninformed idiots over at the PU podcast are going to see it and run with it.
he's more like hater baiting.
Mike Garcia says those devs on Mad Max's stream were too polite. Most devs would rip it apart. I have a huge issue with that whole stream. I watched it. I missed it when it was live. I saw like the last 45 minutes, but I missed the first like hour because I was busy. I did invite them. I did reach out to them through YouTube comments. They haven't replied, to invite them to come on here. But yeah, see, the problem that I have with a lot of Amico fans, and I've said this time and time again, it's that they're just not honest about what the situation is, and they'll constantly say that it's Nintendo haters or it's Nintendo fanboys that hate the console, or Tommy upset some Nintendo fans, but they'll not actually say, like, because I had to call Mad Max on it. He was just like, "Oh, Tommy said some things and Nintendo fans got upset," but he didn't want to say exactly what Tommy said. He was trying to withhold information from the Nerdcast because, as soon as the Nerdcast found out what Tommy said, they were like, "Yeah, that was stupid. Why the fuck would he say that? He shouldn't have said that." The moment they found out the actual situation, their opinions of the situation changed. And that's the problem with the Amico fans. They'll try to paint the situation in a way that makes Tommy look like the victim, or, Tommy didn't really do anything too bad, but it was other people that are the bad guys.
I don't think it's even intentional. I think they're just doing it because they genuinely like the guy.
I think some of it is intentional, Carl, because
You think?
because you don't say, "Oh, he said a few things that upset Nintendo fans," and then fail to mention that he said that there was CP and adults, children in sexually compromising positions on Nintendo, and if you're into rape, get a Switch. I mean, how could you not say that this is exactly what he said? That's not just, and it didn't just upset Nintendo fans. Come on, let's be real. It upset everybody.
No, I mean, the thing is, and I've said this before, he's what I like to commonly refer to as a Richer, which I basically got from South Park.
I'm not even talking about Tommy. It's not about Tommy at this point. What I'm saying is...
Oh, you mean the others in general. I mean, like...
What I'm saying is, Carl, is Tommy made those statements, correct? And if you're going to tell the story...
He did make those statements. That's true. That's absolutely true. Yes, he did make those statements.
And if you're going to tell the story of this is the situation with the Amico, and you purposefully omit those quotes from Tommy, it paints Tommy in a different light than the actual truth, right?
True.
And I think they do this purposely. You have people like the Nerdcast were on Yield Nerdcast, were on Mad Max's channel, and they don't really know the situation. And so when Mad Max was filling them in on the situation, he was very careful to paint Tommy and the Amico fans in a certain light and paint the critics in a negative light and make it seem like, he didn't do anything. There's no reason that people are upset with him. It's just haters.
Is lying.
Right, exactly. Lies by omission.
And let's review the Carl's rules to lying, folks.
Yeah.
Number 1, never tell a big lie. Number 2, never lie about anything important. Number 3, never spend more than a few seconds creating your lie. And number 4, most importantly, always remember the lie you create.
And like the idea that the Amico was ready to go for 10-10-20-20. Remember that? That's not a situation changing. That's not things changed. The brand or situation. Say no. Tommy said the games, the hardware, the software was all done. They just had a chip shortage. But we know
So it's like
that's not
the
true.
So it's like the situation who's from New Jersey.
Yeah. So if you're going to tell the story of what's going on with the Amico, you need to be honest. You need to say, you know what? People were upset because Tommy said it was ready. We said it wasn't, the critics were saying, no, it's not ready. Obviously, this is not ready. Tommy was adamant that it was ready. 10, 10, 20 rolls around. Guess what? It's not ready. Fundable says it's not ready. You can't just, make up lies and be like, oh, pretend like that stuff didn't happen. Or, pretend like Pat and Ian were always negative on the Amico when they weren't. They were very positive on the Amico until Tommy attacked them.
Or, let's say saying, I'm telling you, she didn't want me to pull out.
Exactly. I mean, it has have the critics made fun of Tommy and the Amico. Yes, we've memed on them and we've made jokes and we've cracked wise and we've poked the bear every once in a while.
Yeah,
I can admit that. I could say that. Yeah.
I like to do a little Amico teasing. It's I have flaws, and that's just one of mine.
Right,
but these people who, but this whole thing, and I know some people genuinely believe that there's Tommy has an answer for everything. I don't fault them, but
he has
the truth,
it's not a good answer.
The truth that I'm seeing is this whole thing is a galactic waste of time.
Yeah,
I respect.
Real quick, Dachin Nubin. We don't attack people in the comments. If you have an issue with Retro Bro and his photo or whatever it is, keep that to yourself, or we will time you out and we will kick you from the chat. Another situation that, like I said, if you're going to tell the story of the Amico, if you're going to inform people who don't know what's going on, who are unaware of the situation or coming into the situation late, you have to be honest with these people. You have to tell them honestly, these are the things that have happened, up until the point where you've come along. And things like, him saying that the price was $150 to $180 or something like that, right? It was like 180 was the early price. And Mad Max was very adamant that, people were just hounding Tommy. They were hounding him to get a price, what's the price? And so Tommy just came up with his price, because he didn't have a bomb at that point and he didn't, have everything set up. So he just came up with a price because people wanted to know what the price was. Except when Tommy announced the console at the Portland Retro Game Expo, he announced a price. This was a price he came up with when he pitched the console to people. This wasn't something that he came up with because people were hounding him. This is the price that he wanted to have it. So when the price changed, that definitely was a surprise to people. And people were like, wait a minute, it was supposed to be X. Now it's Y. What's going on? They try to frame it as it wasn't really ever 180. It was just people making it up and people were hounding him for a price. So he just made up a price and, things changed. No, Tommy made up a price. He wasn't aware that, he didn't get a bomb. He didn't get his manufacturing set. And the price got higher. And when it got higher, there was never an explanation. It was just, hey, the price got higher. And then eventually he would explain that, they changed some of the parts and he said that they had to increase the price because Walmart said that it was too cheap and that anything under $200 that people would think that it was cheap electronics or something like that. So situations like that, these are things that happened. And if you come in late, people should tell you the whole truth, the actual story. Like the Karma engine being a real thing, not being a real thing, sort of being a real thing, kind of a philosophy now. We're still in this, maybe it's patent pending,
I'll tell you what I think happened. I think they wanted it to be an engine, a feature. But they ran into problems getting it to work the way they wanted to, so they turned it into a philosophy.
I can believe that, but the like I said, the issue isn't that it was turned into a philosophy. The issue was that he kept saying that it was
Yeah.
the independent karma engine. He kept pushing it as a real thing that it wasn't a real thing. That he came out and admitted it was just some shit that he made up. Just like he admitted that the price was just pulled out of his ass. He's made promises. He went on Electric Playground network, with Vic. What the hell's his last name?
I want to touch on the point you were making
Victor
about.
Lucas.
Can I make a point about that? And yeah, we don't attack people here. Might tease, poke a little fun at them, but we don't tease them. We're not here to expose them. It just so happens that they're involved with the subject matter, right, Tony?
Right. We just mentioned people because they are tangentially related to the topic we're talking about.
I may or may not like certain people, but I'm not going to go out of my way, at least not here, and make that a thing.
But like I was saying, he went on Victor
continue.
Lucas's show, right? So he went on Victor Lucas's show and he said, day one, all the original television games would be available on the console. Then that never materialized, and when people started asking him about the original games, he just said that maybe year 2 or 3, and he never addressed the fact that he originally said that day one they were going to be available. And that's one of the issues I have with him. He'll say something and then never mention it again, and then if you bring it up to him, he'll attack you and pretend like you're the crazy one. Why would you bring that up? I didn't say that. And then you'd be like, well, here's proof. Why are you obsessed with me? And well, you asked for receipts, so
Oh man, proof. I remember trying to give Tommy Tallarico helpful advice about not focusing on every little thing, and he thought I was attacking him. That's just the kind of guy he is.
Yeah. Criticism is not attack. Yeah. BB says he changes his story a lot. Yeah.
Now, Saggy, if you're watching out there, not taking any shit is not the same as not handling criticism.
Yeah, snafu is a packing. Exactly. And like I said, if you're going to have people on your show, and if you're going to try to tell them what the issues are, don't lie. Don't say, well, the haters only hate Tommy because of some bullshit grudge, or they're only attacking him. No, that's a lie. Don't tell us. If you want to know why we're critical, well, I'll tell you why we're critical, because he's been caught in lies time and time again, because he said he would not have mobile games ported over to the Amico, and then got caught porting mobile games over to the Amico. The whole idea that Evil Knievel is a mobile game from like 6 years ago now. It's like 7 years old now. When that footage showed up on their trailer, Tommy was all over Atari Age. Hey guys, did you check out Evil Knievel? Look how great Evil Knievel is. Everybody loves Evil Knievel. It's awesome. We got Evil Knievel license, and it's this great game. It's real fun. You know what Tommy didn't say, Carl?
What's that?
He didn't say that Evil Knievel was a mobile game that someone was working on that didn't get that many downloads, and that they saw it and they ported it over to the Amico to try to allow the developers to have the true Evil Knievel game that they wanted to build but couldn't because it was a flop on mobile. He didn't say that, Carl. He never mentioned that.
I mean, this is a guy.
No, but here's the thing. Because
right.
I say that because when he was caught, when it was brought to everyone's attention that it was, in fact, an old mobile game, that was exactly the story that he then told. He said, oh, guys, I wasn't trying to be sneaky. I was just, this was a mobile game that, the developers are friends of mine, and they showed me this game, and I thought it was really good. And so I told them we'll port it to the Amico, and because they wanted a more fuller experience, but they couldn't do it because they were hampered by the mobile market. And that was the story he told after he got caught. Now, again, if he told the story up front, I'd have no issue with it. If he came out and said, hey, I found this diamond in the rough on the mobile market that people overlooked, ported it to the Amico. Fucking great. Awesome. I'm down for that. But when you tell me that this is a great game and you never once mentioned that it's a fucking mobile port and then get caught and now you tell me a story, I'm going to call bullshit on that. I'm going to call bullshit that story you're telling me is just a fucking lie you're making up to cover your ass.
That's like dating. And, going out with that certain girl you've always dreamed of and having your fun, and you forget to tell her that your condom has holes in it.
All right, enough of that. Gogo 13 is right. He does that stuff all the time instead of just being honest, right? Just be honest. Emoji charades, again, it's a mobile game. Instead of saying, hey guys, this was a mobile game. It was fun. Not a lot of people downloaded it. I want to put it on the Amico so it has a bigger market. I think it'll fit in with what we're trying to do. Boom, I'm right there. I'm with you.
It would be nice.
Mobile games. I got a whole list of mobile games, Tommy, that I could say, hey, these would fit in perfectly on the Amico. Get rid of the fucking microtransactions. Get rid of the DLC shit. Throw it on the Amico. It'll be a lot of fun. But you told us there was going to be no mobile games. You said no mobile games. If you want to show off the Sesame Street games, the 4 Sesame Street games that are available on the web store, and you don't denote on the footage that these are actually the web store games, then you're being dishonest, because we know they're not running on the fucking Amico hardware. We know that the Amico doesn't go online to allow you to run web games. So the footage you're showing is obviously from the web game. Just put a little fucking thing on the trailer. Footage captured from the web, captured from the internet, captured from SesameStreet.com. Prototype footage of games that will be on the
Amico.
Something.
Yeah,
like Show says. Let's be honest and say you want to port some games to the Amico. That's it.
If he had just came out and been honest and say, I want to bring these games over and take them all the greedy corporate bull out of them.
And I'm right there.
I think people would have been fine with that.
Yeah. To Show's point, Show says, I think Tommy didn't expect people to do some due diligence on this stuff. I agree. I think that he thought that he could just fly under the radar. People wouldn't notice. They're old games. No one's going to realize that they're mobile. They didn't have a lot of downloads, so obviously not a lot of people even knew what they were. He thought he can get away with it. He didn't. He got caught, and then he fucking panicked like he always does, and then he makes up lies, and he gets caught in those lies. And then he has to paint the people that are catching him as some kind of psychotics in order for him to get away with it. And the issue is that he uses other YouTubers. He uses other people in the retro community and the gaming community as his attack dogs, because these people, they don't think for themselves. They don't say, hey, wait a minute. This point you've made is correct. Why is he not being honest about these games being mobile games? No, they'll just listen to what Tommy says and then just fucking attack people.
Ooh.
And this is why I am considered the devil in the Amico community. Mr. Beefy says he could have avoided a lot of critiques if he was honest about all the things. Like
hey, mister, I've been accused of being a flip-flopper myself. Fuck you very much.
Who says about flip-flopping?
All the, Swami Ills, and I think Opaque has said it once or twice.
Is Swami in the chat? I can't see if Swami's in the chat.
No, but he said in other comments, the comment section of other videos.
90% sure Tommy comments through alts on YouTube now. I think so too. I think he does have alts. And the reason I believe Tommy has alts is because he's always adamant that other people have alts. When you're doing something bad, you always assume that other people are doing it too, and that's why you're so adamant.
It's like
other people has alts.
It's like saying that you don't spy, but you go ahead and do it. At least I admit I do skulk.
Yeah.
I
Says,
love me some skulking.
yeah, something seems real off with how strongly he defends it. He spins like a top. Yeah. That talking about retro advisory board acts like he accidentally invested a ton of money and has to try to make it successful now.
I mean, and the thing is, Retro Advisory Board has kids, so I don't see how he has the time and a job. We certainly know his job isn't a content creator. Ever see his videos? Oh my gosh.
Beefy says to show, I think you're right. I think he believes people will just take his word because of who he is. Yeah, I think a lot of it is he believes
I
people are
bet
just
you're
going to take
right.
him at his word. I also think that Tommy has this warped view of things that if enough people are saying it, then it's the truth. So if he can convince enough YouTubers to say the things that he wants them to say, then that becomes the truth. You know, if Retro Bro and Cyrus,
Self-fulfilled prophecy.
not just self-fulfilling prophecy, but actually, dictating reality. Because if he gets 6 or 7 people to come out on YouTube and say that, this is the truth, then it becomes the truth. The more people repeat things, the more it becomes the truth.
There's a book that someone wrote that kind of talks about that kind of stuff. It's called The Secret.
Yeah, he believes in The Secret, actually. He's quoted as saying that that's one of his influences.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
I don't know. Well, anyway, yeah. I'll tell you what I want to know. He said he is a hardcore gamer, but has anyone ever heard him tell you what kind of games he actually likes to play? Besides the Amico stuff. I'm talking about like the PS5 and those kind of games. Because I don't think he's ever mentioned that. I could be wrong.
Chappie says Carl is a Tommy alt.
I don't believe communism works, so I'm not a communist.
Yeah, not Tommy alt.
Oh no,
not commie alt. Jesus, Carl.
Sorry. I just I just have a hard time hearing what people say sometimes. So,
Gogo13 says honestly, it could be an okay system, but they have made bad moves. Can they still make it?
It could be an okay system. And I think it would help them if they legitimately try to use modern hardware for the system. It would probably be easier to manufacture, for one thing.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I agree that it could be an okay system. I think it actually could be a very good system.
Remember, folks, he did pre-order one.
I think they have made a ton
Tommy
of
and Tony is never wrong according to him. So
I'm never wrong. Always bet on Tony.
So there you go.
It could be a very good system. They've made lots of mistakes. Not anything they can't recover from, because again, it is such a niche product. The people paying attention. There's the videos get barely a couple thousand views on his channel, on the main Amico channel, and that's with them, fucking pimping them out everywhere. And the views keep getting less and less as the months go on. But it could be an okay system.
Folks, go on.
I was gonna say there are ways to right the ship. There are ways to fix the whole issue. The problem is, and I know people are gonna, their Amico fans are gonna be mad when I say it, but the problem really is Tommy's attitude towards this whole project. It is the Tommy show. It is what Tommy wants, his way or the highway, and that's really hurting the Amico. If he could just put his ego aside, check his ego at the door, realize he doesn't know what's going on. He's out of touch. He does not realize, what people want, what families want. He's not a family man. He's not a middle America individual. He's a coastal elite. he has to realize, he doesn't know. He's not urban. He's not someone that comes from a big city that has to deal with all these kind of things, that thinks that $250 is a lot to pay for a luxury item that does barely anything.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Well, a few things. Number one, I'm not saying Tommy's attitude sucks, but I am telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if he burned down an orphanage and pissed on the ashes. Two, I know people who would never pay $250 for something like that. Well, everyone I know who wouldn't. People around here, they don't buy that kind of stuff. If they're going to buy a video game system, they're going to buy like a Nintendo Switch or an Xbox Series or a PlayStation 4.
Ninja Kitty says, lol. Tommy admit he's been wrong 100% in all of his decisions and choices with the Amico. Good luck with that. Well, he doesn't have to come out and publicly admit he's wrong. He could do it in private.
Of course not.
He could privately admit he's wrong and right the ship from behind the scenes.
A lie detector would help.
Because there's a lot of things that he can do. And I've already made some suggestions before. There's, like I said, there's a lot of Kickstarter games that just don't make it because they don't get publicity, they don't get the attention. The time frame runs out on the Kickstarter campaign or whatever.
Lie detector, Virgin Sacrifice.
No, Carl, no. But there's a lot of games that they could get on the Amico that are ready to go, 100%. They just need a little more funding. Port it to the Amico. You'll be all good. The games that people actually would enjoy. The whole idea with the controller, like I said, the controller should go.
Oh man, really, that thing. Just to prove a point that people still remember it's relevant. It's like, no, it's not relevant. You know who remembers the Amico? People like Cyrus or Duckman.
The Amico is new. You're talking about the Intellivision card.
Yeah. Sorry about that. The Intellivision.
Well, here's the thing. It's not even the spinner or the disc or whatever you want to call it. You could leave that in there. Leave that in there.
They could probably leave it in.
The screen is killing you. It doesn't do anything. It's basically a giant button that maybe has a GIF on it every once in a while. We know the capabilities of it. It's not capable of running any hardware on it. It's not capable of running a game on it.
It's basically an e-reader.
Yeah, and it's not, you can't have any complex, 1 megabyte of information shared on the screen. At that point, it is a gimmick that should be packaged with Bomb Squad. Here's a controller that comes with Bomb Squad, and you can buy extra Bomb Squad controllers, and there's 6 or 7 gimmicky games that the controller works on, and that's fucking what it's for. And send out a real controller. I mean, you could fucking make a regular controller, just get rid of the screen, have it the exact same shape, get rid of the screen, throw 3 buttons on the front.
Atari did that.
Boom. And now it has the same shape, same design. It just doesn't have the fucking screen. Okay?
Atari did that with a VCS. They have a joystick or a modern controller.
Turns out the phones are better controllers than the Amigo controller. Exactly. Ninja Kitty says it's too late for them to pivot now. I mean, it's not a full pivot. I think just a side step, a side turn, if you will. You could. Tommy better hope they release before Nintendo EOL the Switch and announce a Switch successor. Nintendo are known to drop the prices when that happens, yeah?
Well, I mean, okay. Yeah, Nintendo dropped the price of the Switch in Europe, but not by much.
They're going to drop the price everywhere. It's coming, the price drop.
I've heard it's only in Europe.
No, that's right now, but it's coming everywhere. The price drop, it'll happen. We're so far into the life cycle of the Switch already. Was it like 4 years? They got the OLED coming out. Supposedly the 4K Switch is there. They had Dev admit that they got documentation and stuff to develop for a 4K Switch. That just didn't happen due to COVID and all the price increases. So it is coming. Chappie here wants to know, what are your thoughts on Tommy's apology, on his quote-unquote apology?
I haven't seen this apology video, but I hear it's
It wasn't a video.
as fit.
It was a big post on Reddit. First off,
I
the
heard it
post
was.
was way too fucking
Sorry,
long. Way too long.
I
Secondly,
hear it's. Sorry, go on.
As I say, secondly, it was full of lies about me and other people. And
Was I
thirdly,
mentioned?
you weren't mentioned, Carl. Sorry.
Aww.
And thirdly, he didn't actually apologize for anything. It was basically, I've been attacked and I'm just defending myself and I'm the victim and everybody else is lying on me. So no, it wasn't an apology.
It's basically like the Tiger Woods apology.
Basically. Show says Nintendo doesn't have to drop the price for another. It doesn't have to. I'm not saying they need to drop. I'm just saying they're going to. It's my prediction. And as Carl has pointed out, I've never been wrong before. Show says Switch at its current price is killer already. By the way, once Amico drops, for sure people will compare the two on YouTube. There's a chance Amico will be murdered by Switch critics. Yeah. Ninja Kitty wants to know how Utah is. It's a lot nicer than where I'm from. A lot cooler. I should have packed a sweater. Go13 says it was interesting, but why even post it? He can't ignore people. He can't. I mean, realistically, Tommy should have just posted, sorry. I may have offended some people, and I apologize, and I'll try to do better. 3 lines. That's it. That's all you need to do. But yeah, like Mike Garcia said, he tweeted it like a marketing op. He tweeted it. He posted it all over Atari Age. I'm sure he posted it on Facebook. He wanted everybody to read it. But here's the thing. It wasn't just Tommy's apology in that thread. No. There was a lot of crazy talk from the head mod from the Amico Reddit. And I'm sure people went to the Tommy apology and then they saw all the other comments and they read all the other crazy comments from the mod from our Amico. And they read how the OP of the thread actually got banned for trying to stir drama up. So I'm sure that this whole apology thing that he thought was a big success was actually probably turned a lot of people off. And again, to go back to Mad Max, he went over the apology, but he stopped right when the apology started talking about politics. He was like, there's no need to talk about this, because it's not important. But again, it was important enough for Tommy to bring it up. It was important enough for Tommy to mention. So if you're going to be honest about things, if you're going to be honest and say, the reason Tommy follows certain people is because X, Y, and Z, that should actually be identical to what Tommy himself says. If Tommy says, I enjoy listening to everybody's opinion, whether they're right or left, then you should say that and not try to frame it as Tommy just follows people to promote the Amico.
So that's what you meant when you were doing that video with him.
Yeah. Because, like I said, I mean, I don't care who he follows. I don't care who Tommy follows. I don't care what way he leans politically or what his beliefs are. But if he follows people because he agrees with them, you should be honest with your audience and say, this is why he followed those people. If you have an issue with it, that's your business. If you don't have an issue with it, I agree with you on that. But don't sit there and pretend like, what you're saying is the truth. That, Tommy's just doing this to promote the Amico, because you're lying. And yes, Mad Max, I'm calling you a liar, because that's what you're doing. When you tell your audience that Tommy does something for X and Tommy himself says he does it for Y, you are lying. You are telling a lie to your audience in order to make Tommy seem like a better person, because you yourself said that you do not agree with him politically. You know that his politics lean in a certain direction, and you're trying to avoid to admitting that to your audience because some of your audience leans in the opposite direction of Tommy. Now, again, I don't care. Me and Tommy probably have very similar politics. So, if anything, I should be the one trying to hide Tommy's politics, and you should be the one trying to point out that he's actually.
Oh, come on. You know that's not true. I don't know. I mean,
he linked to Art of Mana's video with Sensible Person. Yeah, he linked to the Art of Mana, the video, and he framed it as Mana was making the video because he was being harassed. But he left out the part that by the end of the video, Art of Mana and Sensible Person had come to an agreement, come to an understanding, and that Art of Mana was very appreciative of Sensible Person taking the video down and them coming to an agreement. Now, he left that part out because that part makes it seem like Sensible Person was, in fact, a sensible person and not a psychotic, as Tommy likes to frame things. Tommy Yumiko says he follows all kind of horrible people. Yeah. A 56K warning says, I want to know why is Max speaking for Tommy? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If I'm going to come out here and say, here's my opinion on things, that's one thing. If I want to say, I think that Tommy does X because of Y, that's one thing. But if I say Tommy does X because of Y, and I'm not framing it as an opinion, I'm framing it as this is why it happens, when I know that it's not, then you're lying. And again, I've had conversation with Max. I've showed Max the video of Tommy saying that he enjoys the Quartering's content. So for Max to come out and say that he only follows the Quartering because of Doug TenNaples stuff or because he's trying to promote the Amico, that would be incorrect, according to Tommy's own words. Now, we are told that we're supposed to believe Tommy when he says things, except for don't believe him when he says things that make him look bad. Then don't believe him, then come up with new reasoning. And this is what aggravates me. This is what annoys me about the whole Amico situation, because we can't even agree on facts. You know, we're both looking at a number on the ground, and I'm telling you it's a 9, and you're telling me it's a 6, right? We have to be able to come to an agreement, to an understanding that this is a fact. Now, you could say that, you know, I think that this fact means that they're going good and that the system's going to come out, and I could say that I think this fact means that the system's going bad. And we could disagree about the consequence of the fact or your opinion on the fact or the situation regarding why the fact has come to be a fact. But we shouldn't be arguing about what are facts. You know, we shouldn't be trying to come at each other and say that's not a fact, that you're lying. Very annoying. It's very hard to have a conversation with people on the other side when they're unwilling to admit to facts. Do you agree or disagree, Carl?
Oh, I agree. It'd be like saying, you know, big boobs are better than small boobs, and that's a fact.
I mean, there's a point when they get too big, like when they're like Jay. When the boobs
I like them the size of
head.
I like them the size of basketballs myself.
It's a little big. Gogo13 says it's been weird lately on the Pro Miko side. It has, and it's because they have so much stuff has come out. You know, the Kotaku article, the Ars Technica article, bigger channels jumping on it, Review Tech USA coming out and saying things. You know, all these now big names that they can't go after, they can't attack Rich from Review Tech USA. You know, if they kamikaze Rich, you know, his audience is going to eat them alive. They can come here and you know, yell at us because there's what, 18 of us in the chat,
and I destroy them all.
But I'm saying they can come and try to flood the zone here, and it might work. But when you try to go over to like Review Tech USA or the Kotaku comment section or Ars Technica, they get shut out. And I think that they're starting to realize that, maybe they've been lied to. Maybe things aren't as sunshine and rainbows as they were led to believe, and maybe the rest of the world, the whole idea, the narrative that there's 5 haters with all these alt accounts, maybe that's it's not true. Chappie says, "What happened to Gary?" Gary went to go pick up a arcade one up, a TMNT arcade one up, and
Someone
it's not
sent a
back yet.
message. There's a message sent in Twitter. I
I
don't
see
know
it.
if that was
I see
from
it.
Gary.
No, that was me.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Yeah, Rich, and any audience that big, I mean, good luck trying to make an imprint.
Laser Active Guy says, "So what do you suggest them to just give up?" No one's suggesting for them to give up, Tommy Zero. What we're suggesting is for
I
them to be
am.
honest. You are. Okay, well, Carl is suggesting that they give up. I'm suggesting that they be honest with the audience. They respect their audience. This is the people that are going to give them money. Like Gen X Gamer and them all said, they're not going to go away. The Intellivision fans are not going anywhere. Okay? So you don't need to lie to them. You already got them. You have your hooks in them. Just be honest with them. Respect them. Respect these people and say, hey, we're trying the best we can. We fucked some things up. We don't have all our ducks in a row. I was overconfident. I thought we were going to get all this shit that we didn't get. I apologize, and I'm trying to get things straightened out. But you can't do that. GoGo13 says, I don't have respect for most of these folks. They are fairly scummy, weird crowd interested in the system. Yeah, there are definitely some that are kind of weird. Ninja Kitty says, new video from Arcade Games shilling the Amico, saying how much fun his family had playing at the Utah event. That is a Atari Age poster. We went over the video. It was like a minute long. You missed it, Ninja Kitty. There was some placeholder text from Star Fox in the game. Mike Garcia, the myth is more important than the man. Are you quoting Jesus Christ Superstar? F1 JV, that DJC who has banned me without me ever commenting on any of his videos, thinks the mythical Blue Sky Rangers are still in charge of Mattel system from the 1980s. Well, here's the thing about that F1 JV. As I've mentioned before, Keith Robinson had a share. They all had shares in the Intellivision. They got control of it from Mattel. They sold it to the Blue Sky Rangers. They all have shares. Keith died. He passed away. Tommy bought Keith's shares, started in television entertainment, hired the other members of the Blue Sky Rangers in various capacities. So they are involved with the new company. They're just not in control of the new company, which is Tommy's company, which is Television Entertainment. I think Blue Sky Rangers, they renamed their company to like Blue Sky Ranger Productions or something. Could be wrong. Begum Ups, I don't know who that is. Ninja Kitty, Mr. Reedy says, I trust the arcade guy. He's from Atari Age, yeah. Tommy Yumiko says, DJC wants to debate No Swear Gamer. He doesn't want to debate No Swear Gamer. He wants to tell No Swear Gamer that No Swear Gamer is wrong and that he's misinformed. Because DJC has banned me from his chat too. I've never said anything negative towards DJC, nothing in his chat, nothing that would warrant a ban. But he did ban me. Mr. 804 says investors are going to be mad if they get $0 and no product ship. Yeah, probably. Champion McChapster says, anyone ever watch Project Geeker? That reminds me of the Amico. Chappie, I hope you're not a Tommy Zero alt. Tommy Yumiko says should be called Intellivision Attempted Entertainment. Carl has died. I don't know where he went. KP says Max was destroyed multiple times, literally by
I'm
anyone
here.
who baits him.
I'm
And
here. Just
Go with
listen.
No Square was pretty honest. It's criticism they should listen to. Yeah, and it's criticism that me and others have been saying this whole time. Clearly, Tommy has stretched the truth several times along the way. Clearly, they've, been leading people to believe certain things that just weren't true, like being able to ship 10, 10, 20, 20.
I'm here. I'm just listening. I don't really have an opinion, to be honest.
Oh, Carl, you have lots of opinions.
Well,
Mike
just
Garcia
all
says,
this,
says, did Creep get back to you? Creep sent me a video discussing some of his feelings, and that's where we're going to leave it. He said his piece. I said my piece. Anything else to discuss, Carl? Anything else on the Amico you want to touch on?
No, I just can't wait to see it die in a burning flame.
We got more footage here. We got Shark. We got some flying tigers. Should we watch the video?
Go for it.
All right. So this is from Arcades Games. Let me see what the hell this is. What this channel is. They got 22,000 subscribers. I've never heard of these people before. Don't know who they are. They have a 8-minute video in a really ugly looking Amico. I hope to God that this is not what the purple looks like, because people will be upset. It's like half purple and half like weird gold.
I know.
Damn it! I got a stupid commercial.
I know what it looks like. I've seen the new revision or whatever.
No, it's different from even that, Carl.
Oh,
Different from even that. The name of the video is I played the Intellivision Amico today, and now I want one for the family. Arcades Gaming. Ninja Kitty says, watch the reflection off the TV. You'll see like 4 people in the audience. Yeah, we saw that.
it's big fat liar time. 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 Big fat liar time.
Okay, like I said, this is Arcades Games. They got 22,000 subs, so I don't feel bad about watching their video because I don't think I'm stealing any views from a tiny channel. Let me unmute the site. Unmute the video. 8 minutes.
I have just returned home from the Intellivision Amico event held today at Thanksgiving Point in Lehigh, Utah. And I got to say, that was pretty awesome. Amico is just the hottest topic on the internet to date in the gaming.
This is a lie. It is not the hottest topic to date. It is barely piss warm, if we're being honest. I know we talk about it a lot, and I know that certain other channels talk about it a lot, but let's be honest. Nobody gives a shit. If this was the hottest topic, we would not have just 18 people in the chat. We would fucking have a ton of people.
Community, because there's just so much either love or hate going towards this system. Now, when the Intellivision Amico was announced, I was...
Again, framing it as love or hate, it's not love or hate, it's love or criticism. Many people who are critical of the Amico have pre-orders, have hopes that the system is good. Mr. Beefy has a pre-order. I have a pre-order. I know several other people who have pre-orders. So we're not haters. We don't hate it. I wouldn't be giving my money to the system if I hated it.
They have no hope. They have no hope.
Uh,
That
But,
lie in the sky, no hope.
but I will note that this gentleman does look to be a middle-aged man with a large collection of video games in his house. Very large. So not typical consumer.
Pretty curious about it. My only real experience with Intellivision stuff comes from compilations like this one here for PC or the ones that came out on Xbox, GameCube, PS2. Hardly the same experience as playing the original console, but I mean, hey, that's how I played them. Whatever. So when it was announced that the brand and the system were coming back, I mean, I'm naturally curious. I love consoles, I love gaming, so I'm curious about it. And I've covered a few press releases along the way, but honestly, I didn't really have any dog in this race. I didn't really care if this thing succeeds, fails, anything under the sun. Just happy to see gamers wanting to bring something they love out. Like, that's honestly what it is, and one of the things that resonates with me. So I never thought I'd get the chance to actually try the Amiga.
I'm going to speed this up. This guy talks a little slow. You can go 1.5 speed.
Before it came out, figured I might buy one a few years down the line. If then, I don't know. But I knew I would eventually try it out. But being able to do it pre-release like this just was really cool, and it really gives you an idea of what the system is all about. And I gotta say, it's pretty cool to see something like this in this day and age. Like, things like this just don't exist anymore. It's a family-friendly system.
I'm actually going to go, but send me a message once Gary gets on.
Like, this stuff doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. All right, Carl, take it easy. If Gary pops on, I'll hit you up and let you know.
Yeah, come and get me.
Carl doesn't like watching videos.
My internet will die if I watch these videos. But I'm not going to tell you not to watch them, so.
All right. Show says, see, now the real issue is that these new people who come in, we have to see if they are being genuine or if they are enamored by Tommy. Yeah, that's true. You know. Gogo 13, or Beefy says, Gogo 13, ha, yeah, Tommy's friends doxing me and trying to stalk me on the internet. Funny enough, they think other people are me. Mute function works great. F1JV says, the Mad Max and friends were talking that another bigger company will probably buy out TT's company and run his project. Laughable. Maybe Mattel, but I don't think they want another Hyperscan. Nick Richards says he was open to a buyout, but I agree. I don't know who would want to buy them out. Ninja Kitty says, do we want to explain to Carl that it's Tony that is lagging and not his internet dying? I don't know. I tried to explain that to Carl before. Let's get back to the video.
Anymore, at least not to the extent that it used to. And I mean, I'm still a big fan of couch co-op. I mean, I built my entire setup here for that couch co-op experience. Like all my stuff's hooked up, ready to go, multiplayer, like massive amounts of controllers. Like, I'm ready to go anytime like the need arises for it. So the Amico just kind of fits into that category for me. And on top of that, it's really easy to play with my kids. I took my kids to that event today, and they had a blast playing the games that were available on the.
So he admits that he has a ton of couch co-op ready to go. He admits that he has kids that he would like to play games with, but they're not able to play on anything but the Amico. I mean, he needs the Amico. The Amico is easier than, the things he already has.
Selection list, like it was fun. So I mean, we got to try out Shark, Astro Blast, Evil Knievel, and there were a couple more. I observed one of their.
Oh, he said Astro Blast and not Astro Smash. The whole video is compromised. The whole video needs to just be shut down. I mean, isn't that how TT and them work? Like, if they say the wrong thing, if you say something wrong in a video or in a post or something, if you have one tiny mistake, then they throw the whole thing out. So he said Astro Blast, so the whole video has to be thrown out. It's no good. complete garbage now, guys. Don't pay attention to this video. That's the rules that Tom has made for the console. That's the rules that they have assigned to this whole endeavor. So
Their party games they had going on. They had a game of pool. That was cool. I really loved watching that. And then we even got to see a work in progress build of Moon Patrol. And I mean, these games, they might not be pushing today's.
So he admits that it was a work in progress build of Moon Patrol, which should have been finished. We're again being told that the games were ready to go. Moon Patrol is not ready to go, and it's not a very complicated game. It's not a very hard game. It's not complex. Remember, everything's supposed to be easy. Pick up the play. So yeah, Mr. 804, how many years does it take to make Moon Patrol? I've seen people make Moon Patrol remakes by themselves in a couple of months, making better version, a superior version of Moon Patrol. But yeah, agreed. How is Moon Patrol a work in progress? No idea.
Limits of what graphics are capable of and things like that. But I mean, they're fun. And I mean, that's really the most important thing. Like, if a game is good, a game is good. It doesn't matter what it looks like. I mean, I still regularly play N64 games, which most people consider to look like crap these days, but they're still fun. Went into this event fully aware of all the hate that's going towards the system, all the love that's going towards the system. Again, I really didn't care either way. I'm not going to fanboy for the system, but I went in, started playing games before even talking to any of the people there. Just went in straight into the games. I didn't want to have any preconceived notions about it. I just wanted to try it out for myself. So me and the kids got loaded up on Shark, and we had fun. Like, that's the bottom line of it. We had a lot of fun playing this system.
Again, the idea that it's fun. Things are fun. Yeah, I'm sure that it's fun. I'm sure going to an event, talking to people, playing games is fun. That's, everything is fun. Not everything is $250 worth of fun. Not everything is worth a purchase. Chappie says they're having difficulty figuring out how to get rid of the Star Fox text. Yeah, that could be the problem. Moon Patrol is probably in the testing and QA phases. IE was looking to hire QA people. I think they were looking for QA people for the OS system, not for the games. But I mean, they also said that it was open to whatever. You have to be open to do more than one job. Ninja Kitty says Moon Patrol could be finished in 2 months by any small studio. No way it takes 2+ years with QA to finish. Yeah, I agree. But apparently, here we are. There's probably a really hard coding going on to get the controller to work right. So that's probably the big issue, is probably getting the controller and everything working just right.
Together. And after seeing that the system was fun, getting to hold that controller, it's a very interesting controller. A lot more sturdy than I would have given it credit for. Like, that thing's pretty solid, even with its built-in touchscreen. Like, it's pretty cool. I like that it has the rotatable disc that acts as a D-pad. It worked a lot better than I would have thought. 4 side buttons, another little face button on the front. Like, it's a nifty little controller. And then, of course, full motion controls. But after getting to experience a couple of games, that's when I started talking to some of the people that were running the event. And you can tell that they're really passionate about what they've built. And that's really cool. Despite all the negativity that's been pushed their way, they're just so excited to show off what they've built. And that's really cool to me. Like, I'm glad that they have stuck strong in the face of their naysayers. And I can't wait for the system to come out. Like, it used to be maybe I'll pick it up in a couple years to, I would love to get this for me and my kids to play. Like, it's fun. It has a good selection of stuff that would be perfect for quick games when I'm not doing my work stuff. Like, I think it's great for that. Like, it's just so easy.
He says they have a good selection of games, but we've only been shown like 6. So how does he know what selection of games they're going to have? I mean, again, a lot of assumptions being made. A lot of people just saying things that they think is true, saying things that they've been told or that Tommy has assured them that is going to happen. I don't know if I'm believing this guy.
That being said, I know this system isn't going to be for everybody. If you're a diehard Xbox, PlayStation, like AAA game experience.
I'll go back real quick to this shot of the back. First off, this looks like shit. This is not the purple that the console is supposed to be, mainly purple. I don't know why you got this big, like, silver brownish looking shit going on here.
Quick games when I'm not doing my work stuff. Like,
And here we got the. This is actually identical to, the shell that I got as far as the hookups and everything going.
I think it's great for that. Like, it's just so easy. That being said, I know this system isn't going to be for everybody. If you're a diehard Xbox, PlayStation, like AAA game experience type of person, like the system's not going to appeal to you. This is more of a get your group of friends, play some, like screw around with some games, get your family, like play stuff, take it to a family reunion, and get everyone involved. Like this could be the next Wii Sports, and that's pretty cool to see. Now, despite any delays or price hikes, I mean, 2020 has screwed over the industry like nobody's business. And if people don't understand that by now, there's no hope for them. Honestly, I don't really care. But I can't
See again, they're going with the whole. Well, obviously the industry is being screwed over by the pandemic and all that, which is, yes, that's happened, but it's also a convenient excuse for this particular project. We're not talking about the entire industry. We're not talking about the entire video game industry or what other companies are going through. We're talking about this one very specific company and the very specific situation that they're in. What's up, Ninja Kitty? Thanks for joining.
What's up?
So what are you thinking about this video so far?
Well, I had just watched this before I joined your stream there, and it seemed pretty. I don't believe this guy was unbiased before going in. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think he had some preconceived notions, or at the very least, had some interactions with Pro Amico people. Beefy says there's an 18-minute video from Arcade Heroes, so we'll probably check that one out too.
Nice. All these arcade people.
Gogo13 says, sounds like Tommy's talking points, not saying he's not being honest, but sounds a bit funny. Yeah.
I can't remember. Did you show close up the purple shell yet on the video?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the sparkly shell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
it's not iridescent like it's supposed to be, but it is better than that flat purple that they showed before, though.
Yeah, but I thought it was supposed to be like mostly purple, not mostly
gray around it.
Color.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the Evel Knievel footage. That's what
Oh,
everybody
yeah.
loves.
Now, despite any delays or price hikes, I mean, 2020 has screwed over the industry like nobody's business. And if people don't understand that by now, there's no hope for them. Honestly, I don't really care. But I can't wait to see more. I'm looking forward to when the system gets released, seeing more of a reception from the general populace about what they think about it. But I'm really glad that I went and tried it out today. I almost didn't go because I didn't want to get involved with the internet drama surrounding the Amico, but the system came and tried it out with their kids. Literally sat there, played it, and watched for an hour and a half to 2 hours. I can't quite remember when I got there, but like I just wanted to watch how everyone else reacted to this thing, and it was really positive. It was a really positive experience. And I just want to take a minute to thank the television crew and Tommy for putting it on. Like I never would have expected this to come to Utah, so it was cool to be able to.
He didn't expect it would come to the same city that they have a satellite office in.
Did he even explain where he found out about this event?
He did not say. He just said that he went to the event, unless he says it in the last 2 minutes of the video.
Because how would anyone know of this event otherwise? How would a retro gamer like him with all those controllers and everything stumble upon this event if he wasn't aware? Just
The
wondering.
only way is you would have to be on the mailing list. You'd have to follow Tommy on social media at some point. I mean, yeah.
To do it. And I wish this team the best as they continue towards release. 2020, 2021, chip shortages, price hikes, like all of this stuff is negativities that they have to overcome to get this thing out. And despite the internet maybe not understanding that, like I can't.
Again, with this straw man argument, everyone understands about chip shortages. Everyone understands about price hikes. We also understand that they said it was ready to go. You don't go from ready to go to, oh, there's chip shortages and pandemics and price hikes. And also, by the way, none of our games are complete.
After 3 years, 2 years.
Yeah. I mean, if you said, hey, all the games are ready, we're literally just waiting on parts, I'd be like, okay, that's understandable. When you're like, oh, we're waiting on parts. Also, none of the games are ready, and the OS isn't finished, and we don't have any QA testers. Well, now it's like, wait a minute, the chip shortages aren't holding you back, because if you had chips, you can't even make the fucking system if it's not running, right?
Right.
Wait to see it hit the shelves. Do I think Nico will be successful? I really do hope so. It probably won't be as successful as everyone's hoping it will be, but I do hope that it finds enough success to keep on going so we can see the brand grow, the system grow, and all of that over the next couple of years. There's definitely a market for family-friendly content like this, and I think that it is a pretty good winner. And maybe when things get a little bit more back to normal, we'll see price cuts to it to bring it more back in line with the original vision the system was supposed to have. But again, I'm a realist, and I understand the way that the world...
We'll see there again. He said they want to get it back in line with the original vision, but we were told on Mad Max's video that the original vision was just a bullshit non-issue, was never going to be that price. Retro Bro himself in the chat was saying that it has way too much technology to be a $150, $180 console. So again, is it the chip shortages? Do you think the chip shortages are causing this issue, Ninja Kitty? Or do you think it's just fucking packed with too much bullshit?
Well, chip shortages wouldn't account for the reworking the controls for the cornhole and getting all their compliance testing passed and everything. So, no. The answer is no.
Yeah. Tommy Miko says the chip shortage put Star Fox text in my game. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying this guy here is being disingenuous. He just might not know. He just might have been fed bullshit and he believed that he bought it.
world is working right now, and prices of everything have skyrocketed. So, I mean, that's not the biggest concern to me. The biggest concern to me was actually just trying it out and playing it, and I got to do that today, so cool. But thought I would...
So his biggest concern that it was a thing that existed. So this man was concerned that it wouldn't work. I'm the asshole because I said, hey, you're not finished with your console when you said you were. But this guy's not an asshole because he didn't even think it was real. It's fucked up.
Just share those quick thoughts with you. This isn't meant to be anything super in depth. I just wanted to share my personal experiences with it, so that way those of you that care about what I think can have them. As always, I do urge all of you to do your due diligence, look into what the systems are offering, and make your own decision based on that, if it fits your particular niche. But one thing not to do, don't bash on things if you never tried them. Just say,
oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Don't bash on things if you never tried them.
That's hilarious.
What is it like? No one can have an opinion. You can fucking tell me that it's the greatest thing ever, right? The fucking machine jerks you off and fucking gives you a happy ending. You can say that shit, right? But the second I say, hey, I think that this might be a little overpriced, I'm a fucking asshole.
It's weird how the you cannot do that for this particular product, but I was playing a different game earlier today called Halo Infinite, which had the first video like a year or whatever it was ago where people were bashing it for looking terrible.
Like shit.
Like shit. And they took the feedback and it looks way better now, but Microsoft is allowed to get, crapped on for games looking bad. How come these guys get a pass? I'm chilling, but
Because
make up your own mind.
It's a special snowflake. The Amico is a tiny little helpless baby that you just can't make fun of. You can't call this an ugly baby.
I almost feel like I need to make a bingo card for all these new videos that pop up like this guy's, and if they hit all the talking points, like you can't bash it until you try it would be like one of the things you can cross off, and lack of couch co-op games, and wanting to play with my kids, and Tommy's passionate. There's so many of the same talking points to do over and over again. And if you look at his comments in the video that he had, not all of them, but the regular folks are there. Tommy's leaving a comment, and Relic and a bunch of the other guys. So
a console with no software not shipping meets your needs. Exactly. Oh shit, we got Gary. Gary,
Hey, Gary.
Welcome to the show. We lost Carl. He was lonely. He didn't want to be here with me, so he took off.
Hey.
You missed all the
Hey. I need my headset. Where's my headphones at?
And he's on mute.
We got kids going crazy here because they got the cab up in the apartment.
So what is that? Like Ninja Turtles 2? Or the arcade version or whatever?
Yeah, so we went and picked up. I've been eyeballing Arcade One Up, the TMNT cabs, and you can't get those in store anymore. And they've raised their prices through the roof. The new cab that's coming out this year, the Turtles in Time cab, is going to cost $650. So I actually found one that a guy was selling, and it's like cherry, man. And I paid $225 for it. And I mean, on the secondary market, these things sell for like close to like $350. So I got a really good deal on it.
Sounds like a good deal. Tommy Yumiko says you're not allowed to say because you're a journalist, but this man is a fake as fuck. So yeah, that's the other thing. Apparently, if you're a journalist, if you're a real journalist, you can't say negative things. You have to have a positive opinion on stuff. Being critical is not real journalism, according to the Miko fans and Tommy himself. 56K warning says Gary finally got through the Walmart self-checkout line. I hate the Walmart self-checkout line myself. I mean, I go to the store to buy things, not to work. The self-checkout is like, hey, we want you to do the work too. We want you to shop and then also fucking work for us for a couple minutes.
Yeah, but the problem is nobody's ever in the regular checkout lines.
Yeah, that's because they're phasing them out. They're firing all those people. I want
but you know, even when I worked at Toys R Us back in the day, we still didn't have. We had like 10 lines, and only 5 of us would ever be working at one time, even during the holidays.
Cheap bastards.
Tommy Uyumiko says, "Who's your favorite Ninja Turtle?" He likes Raphael. Obviously, we all know that Donatello is the best Ninja Turtle.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd say Mikey and Donatello are probably the 2 best. But if you're playing a game, Donatello was always the go-to because of the bow staff.
Yeah, the reach. He's always got more reach. April O'Neil is Mike Garcia's favorite
turtle.
I did send the link back, or I alerted Carl that Gary is on. He said when Gary came that he would jump back on. Gary missed a lot. We went over.
Yeah, I did.
We kind of went over the apology that Tommy did on Reddit and the some of the stuff that Mad Max had said on his streams. We also talked about the Bible for some reason. And
Jesus.
What Ninja Kitty?
Well, I just said, Jesus, Bible.
I also told the story about how my high school counselor turned out to be a pedo.
Nice.
So, a lot of good stuff if you want to go back in the stream and watch it.
But, it didn't interest me. It's not that hard. But I think I'm going to call it there. Thank you again, Intellivision team and Tommy, for putting on this event. Looking forward to seeing more to come. Keep going strong in the face of haters. Everyone you show the console to sees what the potential is, and that's more important. So
the potential is more important, not the actual what it is, but just what it could be, which sounds to me like a lot of bullshit.
Can you scroll down to a comment that's pretty funny?
Yeah, where we at?
It's from Nikki and Jay.
Generational. So here we go, real quick now. Generational Gamer is the writer for Game Tyrant. So when Tommy's sends out all the Game Tyrant articles, it's Generational Gamer. He's the one who does it. Here's Tommy in there. Thank you so much for giving your honest thoughts. Remember, when it's positive, they're honest thoughts. When it's negative, they're asshole thoughts or non-honest thoughts. If you're critical, you're not being honest.
Yep.
The product speaks for itself when you give it a fair shake. See, again, even Arcade's Games admits that if you don't like it, then obviously you haven't gave it a fair shake. You say anything critical, guys, you're not fucking giving it a fair shake. This is why I'm going to scroll back up and give them a thumbs down. Fuck you, Arcade. Nikki NJ, is that the one you're looking for?
I thought it was funny.
Excellent post, but one thing I was confused about. As per sales, you said you're not sure if they'll hit what people expect. What number are you referring to? They already stated profitability is about 300 to 400K. Their happy goal is 3 million, while they're already at 100K with just about zero marketing done, except a few of these events. Personally, I see 5 million as an easy get. Wow. If you're referring to some posts where people are comparing little in television versus sales totals of the $1 billion three big guys, and television never hinted, implied, said, etc., that they were in that league yet.
Do you guys think 5 million is an easy get?
No. I
No.
think if they only got 6,000 pre-orders, I don't think 5 million is anywhere in the realm of possibility.
But this guy said easy
What do you
get,
think,
though.
Gary?
Hold on, what are we talking about? I'm kind of like messing
We
with the
got
kids
Carl
here. They're
back.
playing with turtles.
Your medicine, I'll come back in and give you your eye drops. You got the medicine in here?
No.
It's gone straight to hell, Tony.
Whoa.
Where's it at?
I don't know what's that.
Okay.
Some of my eye
We've,
drops.
we've devolved here. What's go? Okay, would you ask me? Can you
This
guys hear me?
comment said that 5 million would be an easy get, that they could see 5 million consoles being sold for the Amico. Do you think that it's an easy get?
Oh, 5 million? Oh, they're lucky if they get 50,000. I've always said that they're sitting probably at around 10. I think me and Ninja Kitty agree on that number, close to around 10. Yeah, they'd be lucky to get 50,000. I think this is just more or less just people trying to hype it up and make it seem like it's bigger than it is, and there's more excitement for it than there really is.
Family time with Gary, according to show. Yeah, what 100,000? The retail orders aren't sold. Exactly. Purchase orders are not sold orders.
But that's what Tommy likes to play with, though, the pretend number.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, I don't have, this isn't fact, so don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that the purchase orders are not sold to these retailers, that they will send back any unsold units that television will have to pay for. So the idea that these 100,000 are sold is complete and utter bullshit. Laser Active guy says they're going to sell 200 million. Easy. It's an easy get. Jason Hatchie's there. We know that is probably Relic Gamer.
Oh, nice, because there's Relic Gamer there also.
I mean, here's the thing. It's like, can they attain that, like, a big number? Sure. I mean, we don't know what the real market is right now. I mean, they definitely could hit some weird demographic or group of people that just absolutely love it. They might be able to get it in, like they've been saying, nursing homes or like a certain place, right? But right now, gamers in general, people who are playing Switch, people who are looking at this online, I just don't see anybody excited for it. So,
not at all.
As you can see, we got Laser Active guy in the comments already. I would like to remind everybody, all 18 of you watching and anyone who watches the replay, do not go to the comment section and harass this person. I do not endorse that. I do not ask you to do that. I do not want you to do that. Leave this man alone. Do not go in there and start harassing him about his opinion.
I mean, the thing is, there are better things worth getting, like the cold.
Any other? Here's Relic Gamer letting us know once again that he played it in Pennsylvania. I don't know why he has to lead with that.
Always likes to remind people that he got to play it.
That lucky
Omega
guy.
Supreme says he personally can't wait to pay $300 to play poorly made free mobile games on a 2016 budget phone. And he's got 3 comments.
3 replies.
Oh, so Nikki NJ, the one who says there's going to be 5 million in sale, he says he personally can't wait to play the system you're making in your mother's basement. So again, I'm pretty sure this Nikki NJ is probably an alt account of somebody
with the first name of Relic.
Probably. Yeah, so this guy, he's got 22,000 subscribers. His video is sitting at 217 views. I've never heard of this channel. I don't know if he's friends with anybody. I don't know the history of the channel. Looking at his videos, he's averaging about 300 to 500 views per video.
Rookie.
Because he's got some that are going up to like 2,000, and he's got some that are down to like 170.
Boy, I wish I got 2,000 views a day.
Like
A
he's all
video.
over the place. Depending on what the topic is, he's like all over on the fucking views.
Did you guys go over Carl's hatred for men who like shoes?
No, we did not.
No,
discuss
no, no,
that.
not men who like shoes, men who collect shoes, like women.
Okay. Well, maybe Carl and Darius can do a stream about overthink gaming.
Like, having a few pairs of shoes is natural, but when your shelves are lined up with men's shoes, like sneakers, no, like you have a problem.
You don't think that collecting shoes is a normal thing that
I
people do?
think gay men, men who want to be women collect shoes.
Carl.
Confirmed. Carl thinks that overthink gaming wants to be a woman.
Well, look at the evidence, dude.
Your evidence is pretty flimsy, Carl. I'm gonna be honest with you here.
What's the limit? Because I'm worried now because I have shoes, but I don't have lots of shoes. Is it like
How many pairs of shoes do you have? Let's start there.
probably
okay,
15?
let me put it to you this way. Okay, so you're looking at a video game or a pair of rare shoes. Which one are you going to choose?
A burrito?
Yeah.
Neither.
Got the new
Hold-
one. I didn't see no.
I did my job, so give me a moment.
We have any choice.
Tony, how many shoes do you have?
I have two.
Seriously?
I have a work pair and I have a pair of Chuck Taylors.
Thank you. Rest my case. See, he knows what I'm talking about.
Dear Lord. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless.
All right, so we got a 18-minute video from the Arcade Heroes channel, the one that we went over, the first video that was like a minute long. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at what he has to say about the Amico.
Do it.
Because fuck it, why not? Again, the channel has 10,000 subs, so I don't feel bad. I'm not stealing any views from him. And even if he was a smaller channel, I really don't give a shit. I'm just going to be honest about it.
Sounds like it.
I will drop the quality. I'm putting it at 480p because anything higher will make the fucking thing stutter.
Arcade Heroes.
We'll wait and see for another game. Hey everyone, it's Adam with ArcadeHeroes.com, and once again,
Wow, we're buffering even at fucking 480.
All right, now I'm back. I dropped supplied. If you kill
What
my
was that,
internet,
Carl?
you're going to get it. I said I got my eye drop supplied for my surgery.
Oh, okay.
At least your setups look better in this event.
Yeah, they got the nice little fancy TVs.
But yeah, you are more than free to tease me for my hatred of gay people, men who collect shoes. You're free to do that.
I've heard that
Chapman
laser
says
active guy
he's only
has
got one
100
shoe.
shoes.
If he's collecting shoes like gamers collect games, then yeah, he wants to be a woman.
56K warning says video quality isn't the problem, it's the lag. Yeah, but the higher quality I put the video to run at, the more lag I get on my end.
Video quality does affect lag, folks.
My channel.
Unless
But I
you've
promise
got
there is something we are.
college level of connections.
And just a reminder for those coming in late, this particular person posts on Atari Age. Beefy says he trusts the guy. Beefy says he trusts the guy's opinion, so I'm going to go ahead and agree that the guy's not a shill.
Related to it, so just bear with me. But what you're seeing here is the Intellivision Amico at the Salt Lake City, Utah event, but this was actually held in Lehi, Utah, which is about 30-40 minutes south of Salt Lake City. And Lehi is in an area known as Silicon Slopes. There's a lot of big tech or Silicon Valley companies that are set up nearby. And
What are we looking at? Like Shark and Astro Smash?
But there are a lot of kids in Utah, a lot of big families. And so it makes sense between having lots of kids, lots of families. And
by the way, Gary, did you get your arcade machine?
Yes, I did.
You know, if you're going to talk to someone about that, talk to Big Family Gaming. That dude has a garage full of arcade machines.
Well, I just got a crappy arcade 1-up machine, so it's nothing.
Oh, you poor bastard!
It's not. Yeah, it's nothing stellar, but it's just the centerpiece of my my turtle.
I mean, like I'm just saying, I've heard how cheaply built those things are.
Yeah, I mean they're not the greatest, but there's no way I'd be putting a full size arcade cab up here. So,
especially if you have kids.
I like the side conversation. I have. Did you hear this, Gary? Apparently, if you buy arcade 1-up machines, you want to be a woman. Essentially, is what Carl said.
No, arcade machines are great.
With nice shoes.
They're fine. They're manly.
No, the one arcade 1-ups. If you buy a full-size one, you're a man.
No, yeah. If you buy arcade machines of any kind, you're a guy.
Yeah, I'm not worthy yet. Not just yet.
Arcade. What if the arcade machine involves you collecting shoes to get extra points?
I don't know. If it's in the game, it doesn't count.
Okay. So what if a woman buys arcade 1-ups? Does she want to be a man?
No, it's she's a gamer. But arcade 1-up, but buying and collecting arcade 1-up machines is something a guy would usually do, though.
Okay, so what if a woman only has one pair of shoes? Does that make her want to be a guy?
No, because she's a woman. The rules don't apply to her.
Okay,
the rules don't apply to her. She's a woman. Men are held to a different standard than women. It's as simple as that.
I think men are held to a different standard by you. Yeah,
that's true. That's true too. I'll admit that. I do hold men up to a different standard than I do women. Yeah, I admit that.
What if the guy only has 2 pairs of shoes, but his second pair of shoes say Ferrari on them?
No, that just makes him a guy.
Okay.
What if you have 2 pairs of shoes, but your second pair is high heels?
It depends. It depends on what because as I recall here, Prince had platform shoes. So if it's something like that, yeah. But if it's like
6-inch heels,
Stiletto
in red.
That depends on their lifestyle choices and occupation.
Yeah, because I heard that high heels started off as shoes for people to horseback ride.
Nice.
Really?
Yeah, look it up. Because it goes into the stirrup, the high heel, the space between the heel.
I mean, if they're, like I said, it depends on their life choices and occupation.
56K Warning says he has Velcro sneakers. Is he a man? No, you are a child. You are a small boy.
Not at all.
That's debatable. And that depends.
Says if you're born a man and you choose to be a man, it means you're gay.
I mean, that's that's his
That's crazy.
opinion. Like my philosophies are my opinions. So
Demonetized.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised
Might
we're
be
still live. I'm surprised they haven't pulled the plug
demonetized,
on
but
it.
that required you actually be
I love
monetized
this,
in the
so
first
it's good. Check it
place.
out. And so this was held on October 2nd, 2021. But the Amico, it's a up-and-coming game console. It's not been released yet. It's been delayed beyond where they wanted to release it, mainly due to the pandemic and some of the massive shipping problems. And
It's not delayed due to the pandemic. Again, this individual, who I'm sure is a nice person, is misinformed because the games are not complete. You can't ship it. It can't be shipped with incomplete OS, with incomplete games, with incomplete QA, without FCC compliance. Am I wrong, guys?
No.
Not wrong.
and expenses that are taking place with that. So they're still not sure when it'll be launched. I guess it'll be 2022 maybe at this point, but it's coming soon, and they have a lot of games for it. So I'm going to talk about.
He says they're not sure when it's going to be launched, but it's coming soon.
And they have a lot of games for it.
Yeah, but those two statements don't how do you say I don't know when it's going to be launched, but it's coming soon? So either you have an idea when it's being launched, or you don't have an idea when it's being
Isn't
launched.
that isn't that like a double negative or something?
It's contradictory statements. Either you don't know when it's being launched, or you do know and it's soon. You can't say I don't know when, but soon. You can say I don't know.
Sure, you can. The president of the United States does it all the time.
Joe Biden doesn't say anything bad. He just rushes reporters out of the room and they shut the interview off.
I thought Trump was still your president.
No.
No.
I saw a protest that said that.
Yeah, I know.
I kid. Press play. See what else this has.
56K warning says the video not even moving. Hey. If you want to watch videos, go to someone else's channel. If you want to hear four guys bullshitting, then you stay here, all right?
Yeah, for real.
Tony?
What?
3 guys, and I'm undetermined since I have 10 to 15 pairs of shoes.
Oh, yeah.
You sissy!
Don't say that, Carl. Oh, my God. This is, for all the things that I could be canceled for, they never they never get footage or clips from the show and say, "Hey, look how asshole these guys are." No, they just like make things up. At the very least,
don't worry, once you start monetizing, you will be.
Yeah, but I'm saying, at the very least, if you're gonna try to cancel me or something, at least watch the show and get some clips or something.
There are legitimate things that they could get you for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
About some of the games.
Deny.
And then we'll get into one of the remakes. But I've been following this for a while, and I was also filming with my camera, so that's why it's a little shaky. So apologies about that. But I've been following this for a while. One of the things I was really curious about was the controller, and this is what it looks like. And
it looks a little chunky.
I don't mind that it's chunky though. It's nice. I really don't have a problem with the controller as long as it works and it's not lagging. It's solid. I don't have a problem with it. But the circular pad does kind of look shiny. Kind of looks like shitty. I wish it was like kind of more matte. It looks kind of glossy.
Yeah, I actually like that it's chunky because holding things that are thin usually makes my hands hurt.
Are we talking about pulling?
No. I mean, like, I've had, like, I can't. Sometimes whenever I play games like Skyrim, it's a trying experience just because of how close together the buttons are, at least on the Switch controller.
Well, see, here's the thing. I had 3,000 pounds of steel fall on my hand. And I broke a couple of fingers in my wrist. The way that it healed, when I can't make a fist with my right hand, and so it hurts when I try to grip things that are small, like a pencil.
Can you give them the finger?
Barely.
Oh.
So like if it's chunky, then I don't have to worry about hurting my hand.
But
I
that
know it's a
only
me
caters.
issue, but
That only caters to you, like your mutant arm
This
there.
this conversation just sounds wrong, Tony.
don't be jealous. 'Cause Tony
Yeah,
Tony
don't
got
be
a
jelly. Yeah.
Tony still has his
worst
left hand.
nightmare. Yeah. If I told you the amount of injuries I've had over the years, you
We
guys
would
wouldn't believe
think
me.
you were Steve-O.
You would
You
have
would think so.
three injuries. The chunky controller sucks. Just saying that people don't like thick controllers.
Oh, it definitely sucks ass.
Because I remember when the Duke controller came out, people really hated it a lot. Even though it's
It
much
did,
bigger
but
than this one, but
all the people, big hands cheered.
I mean, it does have that. It is like concave a little bit. I mean, it does have that indentation in the back.
Yeah.
I definitely have to have it in my hands. Controller's not really the biggest problem I have. As long as it's working, like I said, and it's not lagging and it's solid, I don't have much of a problem with it.
is that screen? Is that dirt or scratches on it? Or
Yeah,
like
I was just
grease?
going to comment on that. I think it's
No,
it's
it
grease.
looks well, there's grease on there, but it definitely looks like there's a reflection from the light up above.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Could be a bunch of 50-year-old boomer grease on it.
Yeah,
That's the pizza
Maybe.
grease.
but see right
It's
here,
like-
this is the button right here that the reorientation button, the pause button, and see where his thumb is. It's I keep saying this is a bad spot. I think this is going to cause problems. You're going to accidentally hit that button just because if you have big hands.
Oh man, and trust me, that will happen.
Like if you're holding it vertically, you won't hit the button because it's going to be way up here. If you're holding it sideways, you're going to hit that button.
Is that like a start button or a menu button?
Yeah. That's why if you watch the Finnegan Fox, the last video Tommy did, like it pauses right in the middle, like in the middle of him playing, like it just pauses real quick. And it's probably because he hit that button.
Oh man.
A variation
Oh,
on the classic and television game console controller, but it also is kind of like a Wii controller, so kind of like a blending between those two things into one. Now, the first time that I grabbed it, I was expecting something kind of heavy, but it was surprisingly lightweight. And
Oh,
my gosh.
That's
Okay,
not good.
Let's talk about that for a moment. Okay, am I the only one here who gets worried whenever there's a heavy ass controller?
Well,
I mean,
it's
light controller.
It's
A
got to
light
find its
controller.
balance, though. It can't be too light. If it feels too light, then it's going to feel cheap,
No,
right?
I mean, what I mean is, I mean about the kit stuff. You know, like, I don't like tech. I don't.
Well, here's the
I
thing.
like it heavy.
I played a lot of Wii U, and that's a big, chonky controller. Probably the
Yeah, but
biggest. So, and I don't mind that. So,
Mr. 804 says you don't know, you haven't played it.
and and here's the thing. I play a lot of handhelds, and my 3DS systems all have covers on them, and they're pretty heavy.
I've never been to Canada, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right?
It exists.
Well, Canada's not real.
Oh, there you go.
Chappie says, are the shoulder buttons on the bottom going to duplicate the function of the top ones, or do they function differently? From my understanding, they duplicate the same function. It's for you to be able to turn the controller either left-handed or right-handed. So they just
Right.
have
So the
buttons on
bottom
both
buttons
sides.
shouldn't work at all, whichever way you're using it.
Right. And then I guess if you're vertically, then only the top buttons would work. And if you're holding it the other way, then only these two buttons would work. I'm assuming.
Yeah, that
Tommy
makes sense.
Heavy just means rumble. The one guy was complaining about the haptic feedback not being strong enough, so it might be light because the whatever's rumbling in there is not good enough, not substantial enough.
Well, it's the first thing to go is that haptic feedback when you're gonna save some money on getting these controllers together.
Have you guys ever taken apart controllers before?
Oh yeah, I take them apart all the time. I mean,
So it's the rumble that's mostly that holds the. It's mostly the rumble that gives its weight.
oh yeah, they're super heavy.
Chappie says
Just because it's light does not mean it's good. But
so just 2 physical buttons. No. The D-pad. From my understanding, you can depress this in the middle as a button. So you would have the top, and then this technically would be a button too, though it's also a D-pad.
you would think after 2 or 3 years this would be clear on how the controller works, but
You would think so, right? And that's the thing. Like, you have all these people that say they played it, right? But none of them ever go into any detail as to how it functions. They're just like, I played it. It was great. Wait, well, how does the controller work? Oh, good. Fucking good. It works good. Better than I thought. Well, fucking give us more detail than that.
how is that microphone working on the controller and the speaker
Yeah.
and the motion controls?
Don't ask about that. You're a hater. You're blocked.
It sounds like they're just trying to cram a bunch of stuff together.
Well, it's got a
And stick-on
microphone.
buttons.
It's got a speaker, a microphone, rumble, touchscreen, motion controls.
The only,
gyroscope.
the only thing it does not do is tell you what your horoscope is for the day.
You don't know that. You haven't played it, Carl.
Hater.
Yeah. Tommy Yumiko said, how was the second level?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's me, though. I mean, that's natural for me. I mean,
Tommy Uyumiko, second levels are for hardcore gaming racists. People who are casual, hyper casual gamers only want one level. They don't want a second level. They just want to play the game for 10 minutes and put it away in the closet. That's being a gaming racist and or
So
communist.
those people have never played Axiom Verge 2.
Controller was lightweight, which I guess caught me off guard. But once I figured it out as to how this worked exactly, because the disc will spin if you move your thumb on it, but it really works like a D-pad. And so it also has tilt controls in it, so that's part of the Wii side of it, I guess you could say. And then, as you can see, it also has the screen built into it, which also is kind of a throwback to the
Dreamcast, the
Look at that.
VMU. No, it's nothing like the VMU. I mean, I guess in a sense, because here's the thing. When you look at certain games, yes, because there's nothing really intricate about having that screen. It's really unnecessary. If all they were going to do was just throw a couple sprites on the screen. I wish they kind of would do more with it, but that's just me.
I think, from my understanding, and I could be way off base, but from my understanding, I really do think the screen was just going to emulate the original Intellivision overlays, and that was the plan. And at some point, it was probably told to Tommy, like, well, what are we going to do with it for the rest of the games? And he was like, oh, shit, you're right. We have other games. I have to figure out something for it to do. And
But
that's
here's
where-
the thing, Tony. I mean, if that were the case, then why aren't we getting an overlay for like Astro Smash? It's not. It doesn't even look like a throwback to the original Astro Smash, it baffles me. I mean, that's what I would have thought too. Is that it would emulate the old feel of the Intellivision, but maybe they just kind of scrapped that idea.
Well, here's the thing too, because it was probably, like I said, probably the original plan was to have the overlays, and then someone said, "Hey, Tommy, the original controller, you can tell the difference between each button. The screen is all flat. You're not going to be able to just know where your finger's at." And then he was probably like, "Oh shit, you're right. Fuck, I fucked up."
Well, even when you're playing like original Intellivision, you had to look at you still had to look, because unless you really knew, it was still kind of confusing back, even when you had the overlays for the original Intellivision. So, I mean, who knows?
And yeah, you can trust Gary. He's the enemy. He had an Intellivision when he was little.
Damn right I did. Damn right. And I'll stand by the original Intellivision. It was a beautiful system.
I had the Coleco and it had the number pad. You know, 1 through 9.
Ew.
There's 1 through
Boy,
9.
none of you had taste.
I mean,
You didn't have it.
it's definitely archaic, but I mean, it was good for its time. I know Tony tried to play on that compilation, but the problem with those compilations is they don't offer the really solid titles, and even then, like I say, even then, those games weren't anything that you could really sink time into. That's why I always say the NES is timeless. It's classic. You can go back to the Nintendo and play a lot of games that you can sink, a few hours and then, days and weeks into. But when you get into old stuff like Atari, Coleco, Intellivision, all these old systems, they're just fun for, 20, 30 minutes at the max. And then you have to move on to another game. So,
Yeah. Tommy Yumiko says, I fucked up. Time to crowdfund and lie. If it works like a D-pad, why would you want it to fucking spin? Yeah, I don't know why it spins. It spins with no actual functionality unless you're depressing it as you spin. So
I assumed it spinned so you could play Breakout and stuff like that.
no, he came out and said that was one of the few things he was honest
That makes
about.
no
He said-
sense.
he
Why
says
would you use that for Breakout?
'cause
You know what it is. He wants to play spin the bottle.
No, I think they wanted it again. I think they wanted it to spin for like Breakout and stuff like that, but they couldn't actually get it to function the way they wanted.
You know what I think would help him so much with the Intellivision, Miko? He needs to get Matt Parker and Trace, the South Park people, to make an episode about the Amico.
oh, that would be fantastic.
But the irony is he couldn't handle the criticism.
Cartman would destroy the system.
Yeah, I agree with Chappie here. He says, I think it spins because they couldn't figure out how to make it not spin. As you can see on the controller here, they put stickers to let you know that they are property of the television. I don't understand why. It's not like there's just floating around like Amico controllers. Like, oh, wait, that's one of yours? Okay. Like,
like it's got a code on it too. Like return. It's got Tommy's address. Return to Tommy Tallarico if lost.
yeah. It says DK1-CTRL-211.
Return to sender, or he'll send the Yakuza after you.
Well, I am glad
Everyone
that
knows
they
that.
took the time to print out this label and label their controllers.
Their character, it's so bad that they are getting that they have to label their own damn controllers.
Can we just take a second? Is that brown on the back of the black controllers?
Shit brown, baby. Shit brown.
Does that not look ugly?
It is brown, yeah. I think it's wood grain. It's wood grain. It's a half wood grain.
Gosh.
Half
They're just cobbling them together.
Nessie, he's trying to replicate my Xbox, is what he's trying to do.
And it's got looks like 6 screws in it. So.
Yeah, I think that's way too many. They should have just went with 4.
and I don't know what this is right here, but it looks like I would say that's where
the
you would
battery
put
door.
The battery.
Yeah, battery door.
Being held on by scotch tape.
Yeah, but why would you? There is scotch tape on it. They couldn't get the sticky label, so they just scotch taped it.
That's why that's there, Tony. They put the label on there just to hold it together because they haven't figured out how to keep the battery door from falling off.
But here's the thing: if they're rechargeable batteries, not replaceable, they're not like double A's in there. Why do you have a battery door?
Well,
because
that's the thing. They're going to start selling lithium batteries, Amico lithium batteries.
Oh my gosh!
It makes no sense to have a battery door for something that you're not supposed to take the battery out of.
That sounds like such a bad.
Well,
idea.
handhelds do that. I mean, 3DSs and DSs have battery doors with screws. I mean,
I guess this is a controller though. This is not a fucking 3DS system.
yeah, I understand.
It's like I have cell phones. Like cell phones now don't allow you to open the battery and take the battery out.
Yeah, you can't get into a phone at all. I mean, you can, but it's a.
I mean, some
not
do.
The average user
I think
does.
my dad's newest phone does. Maybe.
The newer models, they're getting away from it. They're basically you can't open the fucking thing up no more. I mean, you could, but then you void all the warranty.
Right. It's a hassle. Most average people can't open their phones anymore. They just don't allow it anymore.
All right, we're 3 minutes in. I think we've spent about 25 minutes on the video so far. So we're making progress. Running at a good clip.
Should we derail it some more?
As I played the games, I didn't find myself looking at the screen very often, especially with fast-paced games or the arcade-style games. But the touchscreen generally works as a button in the game, and sometimes it just mimics the same button.
Yeah, it works as a button. You know what a button is, don't you?
There.
Nope.
Look at that shoe, Carl. That's a Ferrari shoe.
I am actually playing Axiom Verge 2 while you're watching
Is it
the
really
video.
a Ferrari shoe?
Yeah,
that is a Ferrari shoe.
Who's wearing the Ferrari shoe?
You don't want to guess? You don't want to take it.
Just by my eye, it looks like a size 7 shoe.
I could have 3 guesses and the first 2 don't count, but I really don't want to say it. Would I be right if I made the guess? Yeah, he's playing Axiom Verge.
I'm a Lamborghini fan.
Carl, could you mute? Could you mute your TV while you're playing Axiom Verge?
Sure. Give me a minute. I can do that. Sorry about that.
Carl, you crazy.
Are you sorry, Carl? Are you?
No, I'm not really, but I'm just being polite.
Yeah, that's Tommy's shoe.
Ferrari shoe.
So he does have bad taste.
How much is a pair? Do you get those shoes when you buy a Ferrari?
Oh, that's awful. Probably true. I mean,
We see the controller is lit up, so that's good at least.
Is the console lit up ever?
It's all lit up.
Are the two? But the surprising thing about it, at least in Astro.
What were you say, Gary?
I was gonna say, are the buttons actually lighting up when they press the buttons?
These
not
buttons
the circle.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if everything's working like they've been talking about, like the light up when you hit the button. So.
Nope.
Yeah. So far, all I've seen is the D-pad light up. I don't even know if these have.
They don't have lights on them.
How would you know, Ninja Kitty? You have not played it.
Maybe I have. Maybe I'm calling from Utah.
Smash, I think it was, or Moon Patrol. The touchscreen seemed to.
Oh, but you're Canadian, so I know that's not possible.
Early development, there's still things to work out, but overall, I like it. It's ergonomic, and given how
your love of hockey would give you away.
And on top of that, my daughter is the one that you see here. She didn't have any complaints about it. Used it very.
Let me just say that this is this man's daughter, and I'm not showing the footage to harass any child. I know Art of Mana had a little bit of a panic attack when someone used footage of his video.
A panic attack or a hissy fit?
Depends on how many shoes he has.
Very easily, and so if a 5-year-old can use it without trouble, then that's a good thing.
Okay, he says if a 5-year-old can use it without trouble, that's a good thing. I've never met a 5-year-old that can't pick up a PlayStation controller and use it.
Yeah, it only takes a little bit of time, which I would arguably say that the same amount of time they're going to have to learn how to use an Amico controller, they're going to be able to use an Xbox controller, a Switch controller, any controller that you put in front of them. I mean, obviously, nobody's going to figure out a controller as soon as you you're going to need a couple seconds to understand what's going on. But yeah, my 5-year-old can pick up pretty much anything and play with anything. So.
Another thing to note is that these do have RGB LEDs built into them. As you can see in the picture, there's the green disc that's indicating the color of your player in the game. But I didn't notice much about these just because I was looking at the screen and not really my controller most of the time. I also believe it has rumble effects built into it.
You
but
liar.
it's not implemented in the games because
He says that he didn't really feel the rumble effects.
didn't really fill it in any of them, so I can't really comment much on that either. As far as durability goes, also.
But you just did comment on that.
This is true, Carl. He commented about not commenting. He also says he don't know if it's durable because he only played it for like an hour. I think Tommy should take a controller and smash it on the ground to prove that they're good. Like at every demonstration. Just like...
How does this guy get an hour to play a game? Isn't there like a crowd of people wanting to play and fighting to get their turn?
Yeah, huge.
Same with the last video. The last video, the guy only had 2 hours to play it. How do these guys hog 2 TVs, the two consoles, for 2 hours there? How?
You got me.
Howdy. Tony, how?
I don't know.
Well, the reason is because nobody's there. That's the reason. I was leading to that. God damn you guys.
A 5-year-old can go to Chuck E. Cheese and know your console is shit. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, we could assume that within the hour that he was there, no one was there. But you know, in the other 3 hours, there could have been a million people that showed up. We don't know that.
Fair point.
Can I just say one thing? Like when I was a kid, I would prefer Chuck E. Cheese over the Amico.
No, you wouldn't have, Carl. And I'm going to tell you why.
Oh, yes, I would have.
Let me tell you why you would not have preferred Chuck E. Cheese when you were a child, Carl. Because Chuck E. Cheese didn't fucking exist back then.
Oh, yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Yes.
No. Because
yes, it did.
Carl, you're 42, right?
Yeah, but I went to Chuck E. Cheese before.
No, you went to Showbiz Pizza. Chuck E. Cheese didn't exist.
Ooh, I forgot about Showbiz Pizza. We had Caesarland here in Michigan.
We had a Chuck E. Cheese where I lived.
The company didn't exist until after the Showbiz Pizza went under, and then they reorganized and became Chuck E. Cheese.
But we had Chuck E. Cheese where I lived.
Fuck Chuck E. Cheese.
Rather than specify what age he was, he could have been 30 when he went.
Right. No, he said when he was a kid. He said when I was a kid.
Yeah, well, maybe he thinks of himself as a kid still.
Okay.
That was when Carl was 20.
Fair point. I will concede that he might have been a giant kid.
And maybe he's referring to Chuck E. Cheese's Pizza Time Theater, which was opened in 1977. There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, when I keep in mind, when I'm talking about when I was a kid, I'm talking about like the 90s and the late 80s.
The 90s. Come on, Carl. You were like 20 in the 90s.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, you were like 10.
That's all.
Yeah.
I have a question for Carl. Were you one of those bad kids who would stomp on Chucky's foot? The guy in the mascot? Okay, that's good. I always remember kids going up to Chucky and beating the shit out of him.
No, I wasn't
That
like
might have
that. I
been
was a
me.
good kid. I was a good kid, so I didn't do that.
Yeah, Carl must have went to Chuck E. Cheese's Pizza Time Theater, which was opened in 1977
Told you.
in San Jose, California.
Nope.
It was founded by Nolan Bushnell. Actually, founded Chuck E. Cheese. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
Atari. You should watch there's documentaries about it. It's really interesting.
Like I said, Chuck E. Cheese sucks. Everybody knows Caesarland was better, and Caesarland had dancing breadsticks.
No one
We didn't
knows
have-
what the hell Caesarland is.
Yeah, for real.
I'll tell you what, though, the documentary about the Chuck E. Cheese band. What the hell is it called? Come on, help me out here, guys. What the fuck's the band?
It
that
is.
killed
I
us?
don't know.
I was listening.
The band, no, what's the band called? It's called, hold on 1 second.
Rock of Fire Explosion. The Rock-afire Explosion documentary is fucking awesome. And someone actually bought the band from Showbiz Pizza and has it in his garage. And he fucking plays shows every night.
That's creepy.
That is very creepy.
Don't stomp on that man's dream. He wanted the fucking Chuck E. Cheese band and he bought it as an adult and it's in his garage.
I don't want to know what else he does in his garage.
Do you guys ever watch South Park?
Yeah, sometimes.
I was blown away that Casa Bonita was a real place.
Is it?
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
and the
that's
South
like
Park-
what.
the
That's
South Park
one of
guys
the
bought it
best
out, like,
episodes ever.
the South Park guys bought it for $3 million. And if you ever watch the episode, it's super funny. But in one of the games, the last game they released, it's like the full DLC is at Casa Bonita for the
Oh,
game.
I love that one.
Oh yeah, for the game. Yeah.
And then when I was watching TV, they had world's like weirdest restaurants, and then they showed Casa Bonita, like the real one, and it's exactly like the cartoon. Like there's people diving into water and stuff.
Dude, that's where they got. Yeah, that's where they got the idea. That's what makes that episode so great when Cartman gets arrested.
And apparently the South Park guys just bought it out. Like 2 days ago, they legitimately bought it for $3 million. So if you guys ever go to Colorado, you should check it out.
That's funny. I had no
I think
idea.
that would completely blow away anything from Chuck E. Cheese.
Casa Bonita.
Go on Google. You'll see the images
That's
and stuff. It's real.
hilarious. That's so funny.
It's exactly like the episode. Like it looks identical to what the episode shows.
They probably went there as kids.
They did.
Probably.
That's why they bought it out. They legit bought it.
Carl, did you collect pet rocks as a child?
No, I did have a mood ring once.
Was it a good mood? Because you don't sound like you're in a good mood.
Oh no, no! This is my gaming voice.
Mr. Beefy says, "What are the odds of him beating Castlevania 3 before we get to
Pretty
the video?"
good. Because you got about an hour and 4 minutes to go.
Not me. I suck at Castlevania.
Castlevania 3 is the easiest one out of the bunch.
Is it?
I'm just that bad of a gamer.
Yes, because Simon's Quest is like cryptic, and unless you know exactly what you're doing, you'll get stuck, and it's still very hard. And the first one it's easy, but it's not. It's got a little bit of challenge to it. I would say 3 out of all of them is the easiest game.
Even
for
the
sure.
Super Nintendo one?
I haven't played too much into 4. From what I remember, 4 was kind of difficult too. If you play definitely the Sega Genesis, if you play Bloodlines is very tough. That's tough as nails.
I didn't like 3 because I didn't want to have to choose between the secondary characters. I would have preferred if you could have all of them.
That's what I absolutely love about Bloodstained. Bloodstained was basically kind of modeled after Castlevania 3. So Bloodstained 1 and Bloodstained 2, which I'm actually playing 2 right now. Those are fantastic because each game gives you some different characters to play with, and everybody's got their like set abilities and stuff like that, which makes playing through it like a blast, and you can approach it a couple different ways. And one of the characters in the second one is like a sniper, so you got like kind of like long range. He does a little reload, but he's really nice to play with. It's pretty fun.
You're gonna make me buy more games, fucking Gary.
We'll get the Castlevania collection.
Or battery life or anything like that, then it's kind of hard to say just from such brief usage. But just first impressions is once you get comfortable with it, it's easy to use and comfortable to use. So that's the controller. Let's get to the games. All right, let's get to the games. So one of the things I want to point out before we really delve into those is that the Amico is not trying to be this graphics powerhouse system. The graphics are clearly well behind.
It's not trying to be an awesome 2D chip that's better than the PlayStation 4.
I mean, why does that have to be like a marketing point? Like, it's not. Hey, folks, listen here. It's not trying to be like good. Like that's basically what I hear every time I hear this argument. Like, sorry, folks, this is not trying to be good. It's just trying to be totally shit. Yes, like and I'm not saying that like it has to be amazing. It's just weird that they have to point that out every time.
It's like, look, I know it looks like shit, but that's on purpose, okay?
Exactly.
Kind
And
of
here's the
like, look,
thing.
we know Canadian, we know hockey looks like shit, but we promise it's fun.
Hey, you hold your tongue, Carl.
Carl's probably into NASCAR and try to convince that.
No,
that's awesome.
I don't have the patience for sports.
NASCAR is not a sport; it's just driving left.
Okay, well,
When you
sports.
make fun of hockey, you're not only making fun of Canadians in their favorite sport. You're making fun of Detroiters and Michiganders. Okay.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
What's that, Tony?
I said, what the fuck is a Michigander?
That's
Is that
what
like
it's what we are. We're Michiganders.
Is that like a duck?
No, we're just from Michigan.
Isn't that like what ducks are called? Like geese? No, those are geese. Ganders.
No, that's but you're talking
Ganders
about
are geese, right?
No, you're talking about the phrase something a gander. I know what you're getting at, but no.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
There you go. Yeah.
So a gander is a male goose. So
Is it?
Michigander is like, yeah.
Oh, okay. No, it's just we're all geese.
Here's the thing: you don't have to be a graphical powerhouse to have good-looking games. But we know that Tommy does not want pixel art, so that's already off the table.
No violence.
They've 100% said that they're trying to make it look this way. They're trying to appeal to mobile gamers, to be flashy, to be colorful and bright and eye-catching for kids. So
it's the Scientology of game consoles.
Yeah, so it's not that it's not trying to be a graphical powerhouse. That's not the reason why it looks like shit. It's like they are literally like, this is what they want it to look like. They could look better. They just don't want it to be.
And I mean, okay, so I do prefer pixel art, but I mean, you will agree, Tony, that like Flying Tigers doesn't look bad. It doesn't look terrible.
No, it doesn't look terrible.
And I don't think Astro Smash looks terrible. I think Shark looks like shit. I think there are a few games here and there that just look very just bad in general, but I mean for the most part, I'm just tired of hearing them always come out and say that, hey, look, this is not a play. Like if you have to convince somebody that they should like it because it doesn't look like play, you've already lost the argument, at least in my opinion. It's just stupid.
Yeah, Chappie McChapster's right. It's a damn talking point that Tommy probably reminded him off camera. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these videos, and this is why they don't feel authentic to me. Normal people don't talk like that. Like if this guy's like, hey, I review games or I'm in the industry or something, then I'd be like, okay, it makes sense that he talks this way. But if he's just a normal collector and he's like making these talking points and saying these things like it's not going to be a graphical powerhouse like modern systems, like, dude, who the fuck are you trying to fool? Either you got told to say that or
I mean, look at it this way. I play Binding of Isaac. Binding of Isaac was a Flash game. It has basically, it's been upgraded over the years and they've added things to it here and there, but it essentially is a Flash game. And I don't have a problem with Flash games. But when you point it out to me every video that, hey, this is not PS2, okay, fine, but show me something good. Don't tell me that. Just show me something that's like, okay, in your style, that's fine, but show me something good. Show me something that
what is this
has
thing
a unique flair.
What is this thing you call good?
You forgot to put that in the commandments. That's what happened.
They're still trying to figure that one out.
It was make the games good.
I mean, I've heard rumors of this thing called good, but right about in books.
Beefy says this guy owns and runs an arcade. Okay. Well, then he should know better than to say stupid shit like that, because not all arcade games are the top of the line, best looking.
Oh no, there's a lot of games that are archaic looking, that don't have like that pixel kind of look to them, and that doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. Like you said, Tony, it doesn't make any sense why he said it, and it just sounds like it's a talking point. Like yeah, he talked to Tommy beforehand, and it seems like, yeah, let's talk about it again. Let's make sure that everybody knows it's not PlayStation, it's not Xbox, it's not Nintendo Switch. It's they're doing their own thing, and that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, it's 100%. Seems like he, before making the video, that he talked to Tommy in some way, maybe mentioned the games, and Tommy's like, "Hey, don't worry, that we're not trying to be this way." And now he's just repeating what he was told.
Anything you'd find like on the PS5, Switch, Xbox Series X, anything like that. So I think you have to go into it with that expectation, not expecting it to be a graphics powerhouse, anything like that. And
You have to go into it expecting it's going to look shitty.
just focus more on the gameplay. It seems to do 2D stuff better than the 3D. I mean, otherwise, I guess you could say it's on the level of mobile games. But if graphics really matter to you, then you're going to have a PS5 or a PC anyways. If you're going to have something like this, then you're probably just more focused on the games. So let's get into those.
And here's the thing, because he made a big point to say a lot of things about the graphics. I seen the Leapfrog video that Ninja Kitty did. Some of those Leapfrog games looked a lot better graphically than some of these Amico games.
If you go back a couple seconds there, I think the guy in the bottom right was the guy from the last video, isn't it?
This guy right
I
here?
don't know.
Yeah, it does look like him.
So maybe there's two sets of people who went, just this, both arcade guys, and that's it.
Well, they're both arcade guys, but they're spelled differently. This is is like arcades.
Arcades.
Yeah, arcades.
Archodes.
PC anyways. If you're going to have something like this, then you're probably just more focused on the games. So let's get into those. This one is Evil Knievel, which is based on the Daredevil of the same name, and you go through different situations and locations in his life where he did all of his stunts and go through things like he did, like Rings of Fire, or flying over flaming barrels, or driving your motorcycle over trucks and things like that. And so this is a single player mode where you have to reach a certain amount of points before the timer runs out to get certain things. You have to be careful as you drive there. This one does use tilt controls, and depending on how you tilt the controller when you're up in the air will affect your landings, like that. So you have to be a little careful.
Okay, he says that tilt controls affects the way the bicycle lands, but if you look, I'm assuming this is the guy here on the left playing. He doesn't seem to be tilting his controller very much.
Your motorcycle over trucks and things like that. And so this is the single player mode where you have to reach a certain amount of points before the timer runs out to get certain things.
Okay, there, he
Careful
tilted it.
as you drive there. This one does use tilt controls. And
You know, I keep thinking there's something about this guy that annoys me, and now I kind of know what it is. He reminds me of Spawn Wave.
You don't like Spawn Wave?
Carl doesn't
okay,
like anybody.
No, hear me out. Hear me out.
That's true.
I actually do have a legitimate reason for not liking the guy.
I don't like RGT.
See, the thing he profits off of fear. Like, I don't like people who do that.
Fear. Can you elaborate, Carl?
Okay, yeah, I can. Like, you didn't remember when the whole PS3 battery situation came about? When people were complaining about the PS3 battery a few months back.
Well, you know, to be fair, what's his name? John? I can't remember his name. He's pretty technical. I mean, he dives deep into a lot of the stuff that he plays, you know, if you've ever watched any of that other stuff.
What I mean is, people should already know the batteries are going to go bad. I mean, that's just how it goes.
Wait. Hold up. Gary, are you eating?
No.
It sounds like you're eating.
No.
That's okay, dude. You can eat.
I wouldn't do that.
You're eating all right.
I
I'm
know
a
they got
fat
that
guy.
eats-
I know when someone is eating.
They got a guy on the other side, the Pro Miko guys. They have a guy that eats. I just want to make sure we didn't have a guy that's eating.
I might be eating lasagna.
See, I knew you were fucking eating. Dude. I heard it.
I mean, I just don't like people who gaslight or whatever. Is that the term?
Could be. I don't know what you're going for.
I don't like people who spread fear over stupid crap and
No, that's not
profit
good,
off
buddy.
of it. That's what I don't like about him. He does that.
That's fear mongering.
Fear, yeah, he's a fear monger. I hate fear mongers. They're stupid people.
Learned so much
got
from.
busted.
And I
Carl today.
don't hate everyone. Like I don't hate Tommy Tallarico.
You said you didn't like PewDiePie, and that's the most wholesome guy I could think of.
Well, I have different. I don't like aesthetically. I don't like PewDiePie. He just doesn't have a good face. I guess is what.
Doesn't turn you on?
It's no. He looks like a character from those old from a claymation flick.
Looks like one of those old Rankin Bass characters from like.
Yeah, well, kind of like if Rankin and Bass had modernized their claymation today, that's what he would look like.
He looks like Gumby.
I mean, like, take what claymation was then, advance it to today. That's what he would look like. That's all.
All I know is, Carl, it's pretty ballsy to go after one of the biggest YouTubers out there. So.
I don't give a fuck what he is.
Ooh, you hear that, PewDiePie? Carl got your fucking number.
I don't care. He's allowed. I'm allowed my opinion, and he's allowed his.
Carl said PewDiePie is bitch lasagna. That's what I heard.
Hey, I like lasagna. Thank you very much.
That's the name of his song, Carl.
Oh, I don't give a care. I really don't. What's that?
Again, we're only 6 minutes and 50 seconds into the video.
Look, that's what we do here, all right?
Yeah, Vito's here.
No, he's not.
Oh.
Ah, shit. Fucking Vito is here.
Hey, Scummy,
Vito.
what's up?
Vito, how much shoes do you have in your collection? This will
It's the
determine if Carl
scummiest.
likes you or not.
It's the scummiest man in the universe. What's up?
Why are you hating on Vito? Jesus Christ.
Because you know why I hate Vito.
Because his face
That
is not
asshole
aesthetically
tried
pleasing.
to-
Carl's just looking to pick
No.
a fight with somebody.
That asshole tried to emasculate me on the podcast, and I take that personally. That's why I don't like Vito.
Okay,
But
come on.
Carl, you emasculated me because I have more than 10 pairs of shoes.
I mean, I didn't
That's
do what
true.
I didn't do to you what he did to me, though.
Press play.
He knows where to stick it.
Player mode on this one, which is very different, where it's like rocket darts, and so you're in a rocket car and you use the tilt controls to aim your rocket ship between 1 to 4 players, and then you launch off. You do have rocket gas of a sort, and you hold the button down to initiate that, and then when you launch off when the timer reaches 0, then you see where
Somebody
you go,
tell
and you
this
push the button
guy
to release your parachute.
Try to explain
Target on the other side of the same canyon.
Evil Knievel
So that
without
one was a
saying
lot of fun,
rocket.
and my daughter really liked that one. In fact, she beat myself and Tommy Tallarico. So good on her, and also easy enough for a 5-year-old to handle.
Easy enough for a 5-year-old, yet that old guy
This
kept
is a remake
crashing.
of a game that was on the original in television. It was on the Atari 2600 as well, where I first encountered it. Obviously, it's been upgraded quite a bit from what it was like back in the 80s. And if you're not familiar with this one, it's kind of like Asteroids, but Asteroids meets Space Invaders. And so you have your tanks on the ground, and the asteroids are smashing into the ground and damaging the track. Be mindful of that, just destroy them, and
There you go,
power-ups
Vito.
along the way. This one supports up to 4 players as well.
Again, these are all talking points that have been said about 1,000 times.
That was it, Gary? I paused the video and you...
No, I was just going to say, I said again, these are just all talking points that have been said 1,000 times.
Yeah, I think there's way too many power-ups. I don't know if this is, again, because we don't know if this is a demo version and they're just fucking putting power-ups to, make it more fun. But if this is the retail version of the game, there's way too many power-ups. There's 2 on the fucking screen right there.
It's the easy mode.
Well, it's supposed to be played by kids, right?
And old men who are senile.
It's supposed to be played by
well.
everybody.
I have a dumb question. On the right-hand part of your screen there, that white thing, is that a white amigo? Or is that just a pillar?
This right here is a pillar.
That's
No
a
way.
foot bath.
I thought it was a white amigo right there.
This is a pillar.
I know that part, but the part on it.
It looks like a bag of some
Oh,
sort.
okay. That was a white one. I was
Bag
going
of
to say new
white
color.
stuff. Maybe they're giving out cocaine. Makes a lot more fun.
FYI, Mr. Beefy just got Alucard on his team. That's how far he is so far.
All right. There you go.
So he might actually finish the game before we finish the video.
That's possible.
We just don't want it to end. We love Astro Smash. You can't get enough of it.
Vito says he just made fun out of you having a caca mic. And that's all. I don't think Vito remembers when he was yelling at you, Carl.
He doesn't have to. I don't care.
If you look up, it says, Carl, you're going to breathe all over the mic again this time.
I don't care if people make fun of me for heavy breathing. I'm a heavy breather. Kiss my ass. You're not going to bother me not once about it. Because I have other things to worry about.
Vito's been having a rough week. You gotta cut him some slack. He's been having a...
I'm not going to cut him any slack until I get a fucking apology. No.
You hear that, Vito? Please apologize to Carl so he can let this go.
I'm never going to cut him any slack for what he tried to do to me.
Moving on.
Press play.
How long it was on the first level? It was a lot longer than I expected, and it looks fine too. Even though the Amico's not this graphics monster, a lot of the games are just fine.
Brings it up again.
Next up is Flying Tigers. So this game is...
Hey, here we go.
Here's Tommy.
Hey.
You see him bending, trying to fix that up.
Hold on. Let me slow this down. There was a screen that I wanted to catch.
The one that says it doesn't represent the final product.
Yeah.
This is not yet.
Yeah, this demo. So this is a legit demo.
The product has been brought to you by something.
It says this demo does not yet represent the final quality of the game. Tuning, settings, and effect enhancements will be done in the final phase. So Flying Tigers is not in the final phase. I don't even know if it's a launch title or if it's supposed to launch months after the system.
This game is pulling its influence or its theme from old Toa Plan arcade shooters, but the gameplay itself is actually a lot more like a Euro shoot 'em up. If you're not familiar with those, that's where the enemies are kind of bullet spongy, where they take a lot of hits.
All right. That actually looks good. I like the intro screen right there. That looks pretty.
Let's go back real quick.
I'm reading the chat. It says Vito says, apologize for what? What did I even say? And then 56K warning says random wind noise. Carl was best.
So I told you Vito doesn't even remember what happened.
I don't care. He would do it again. And that's about pisses me off.
Because I already knew the answer. Vito has 20 pairs of shoes in his closet, so just saying.
Yeah. Vito, what happened? Remember when you were on the show and you kept asking Carl the same question over and over again about Phantasy Star Online?
He's not going to be...
He thought you were badgering him over Phantasy
He
Star
was
Online.
badgering me.
And
he doesn't even understand the damn game. That's what makes him more insulting.
Carl, for someone who says they're not bothered, you sure sound a little bothered.
Well, I'm not bothered about most things, but him, I don't like.
There's a white Amico right there on the bottom here. There's also a cooler. In case you're wondering what that item is.
In the Ferrari red
The
controller.
gameplay itself is actually a lot more like a Euro shoot 'em up. If you're not familiar with those, that's where
Let me slow this down. I want to see what was on the front screen here.
the enemies are
It says press A
bullet
button.
spongy.
Okay, so
Is it the A button or
again-
A button?
press a button. No, I think it says A button. And again, I don't think the buttons are labeled. So,
It's possible even they should be.
no, I'm pretty sure they're not labeled because you can switch it around. And you can hold it in different orientations. So the buttons being labeled would make no sense.
Could be.
Tommy Miko says white supremacist amico. That's it comes with a carrying case bag that's white.
Takes a lot of hits.
Yikes.
Take down.
So there we go. We got a arcade challenge, high scores.
His scores.
Does it make the graphite black Amico the Panther, the Black Panther Amico?
Yes.
That's racist.
It comes with shiny lights. It's black.
Okay.
Hey, I
Cool,
like.
man.
Hey, that's my favorite looking one. Okay,
Why would
take
you
that
need
as a
gallery?
compliment.
You got a gallery
I
option?
love aesthetics.
I thought except PewDiePie's aesthetics.
I don't
I
like the
wonder,
way he
is
looks.
that- is
I'm
that
sorry.
I wonder, is that like a shooting gallery type mode, or do you think that's just like gallery
Screenshots.
for screenshots and
Yeah, I think
artwork?
it's just like it's probably just the enemies and like this is called this ship is that. You know,
Okay.
pictures of the bosses and stuff. That's my guess. How much this is.
Either way, I like this title screen. It looks good. I think Flying Tigers looks the best for sure. So I'm definitely I'd be excited for this. This would be at least a game to be excited for, and maybe have a pre-order or be anticipating the Amico for. That's just my opinion, but
Personally, that's just not my favorite. I kind of hate it when you have fodder level enemies that can appear on the screen and it takes like 5-6 shots to destroy them, and then there's a bunch of them. So
I think this is what Ninja Kitty was mentioning earlier. As you can see in the reflection, there's not many people.
Yeah,
kind of
it was
about
on the
6
other
people.
videos the same thing. I'm just reading the chat here. Vito says, I played Phantasy Star Online. I think you have confused me with someone else, Carl. I'm sorry I tried to emasculate you. I support your fantasy lifestyle. That's see, Vito, you apologize. So all is good now.
Yeah, all's good.
All is good.
All right.
This guy here, so I don't know who this is, but he seems to be taking pictures. So maybe we'll get some more footage from random people.
Isn't that the guy doing this video right now?
yeah, it should be because his daughter's right in front of him.
I don't know the way the angle of the TV, it shouldn't be.
Tony, I see you in the far right there.
Whoa, whoa. That's me right here. I'm sitting. at
That
this
looks
table.
like a woman.
That was my disguise.
One too many pairs of shoes.
Yep.
That's Jay Allard.
shots to destroy them, and then there's a bunch of them, so you can never take them all out. So personally, I hope they change that before the final release. But this one is somewhat early, and unfortunately, I did not get a chance to really film it because
Press
after
a
what
button.
little I did film, he handed me the controller, and I couldn't play and film at the same time, and I didn't have a camera on the tripod.
Damn it! So they don't actually show any gameplay.
Nope. He's just gonna fucking
Aw.
loop this little bit of fucking like 30 seconds worth.
Yeah,
of,
but isn't that the point of having this gameplay is not final before the screen, but then you can't fucking show the one game I want to see? Come on.
he said that he couldn't film and play the game. That's why he didn't film it.
No, excuses.
I mean, he could have surely handed his camera over to Tommy and said, "Hey, could you film me playing?" But he didn't. So
You missed the one goddamn game I wanted to see. You're fired.
How are you shocked?
How come nobody has masks?
Kind of see there they have the
Because
that's a
it's
straw man argument, and you're
they're
trying to get
anti-vaxxers.
Tommy Uyumiko says that's Miyamoto-san staying in Tommy's Utah mansion with Chris Pratt. Jay Allard and Kara Ackard are there. You just can't see them.
the Scanline old TV filter on top of it, but you can shut that off, and it does have an arcade mode, a challenge mode. I did make it to the first.
Well, he said that you can shut off the scan lines, so it's got that going. For
Yeah,
it.
but how often is that really rare?
Yeah, I mean, not every game has that, but something like that. I mean, it's a nice addition that they at least decided to add filters. So, I mean, that's cool. That's cool.
I guess.
Boss, but I just was kind of distracted. But that one did have something with the touch screen where when you feel the gauge, then what you see on the touch screen, then you push the button and that does your screen clearing off.
Well, he said,
"Ooh, Moon Patrol."
I guess touching the touch screen on Flying Tigers is what launches the big bombs. You know, the screen clearer.
Yeah, the super.
Yeah, Fufi Nono, the character's name is Tommy Powell. Mr. Beefy's taking a break. He's eating pizza and seltzer. You want to give us a chance to catch up?
But he's supposed to eat on camera. He's supposed to eat on during the stream.
Hey, we're 10 minutes in. We might beat Beefy.
But unfortunately, since I don't have more footage of this one, I'll just stop repeating this and let's move on to the next game.
Yeah, that definitely was the guy from the other video.
You're moving on to the next game. That's mighty big of you.
Unfortunately, since I don't have more footage of this one,
Moon Patrol. I have no. I mean, Moon Patrol just looks terrible to me. It might be the worst looking game on the Amico.
Yeah, see, I don't understand how this TV is tilted sideways.
That
I think it's a curved TV, isn't it? Or no?
Look.
Is it?
There's nobody in the background though, like at all. That's bad.
Well, there's like two people over here, and these people talking to Tommy, and
the two people who made videos are the only people who came. So Tommy flew out there, set all this up for two people to do videos.
I'm surprised we don't see the Utah staff. I don't see anybody wearing Intellivision shirts. I mean, this is a very different demonstration than what we're normally seeing. I mean, first off, there's none of the YouTube helpers.
Selling one console at a time.
Do we see any security?
Yeah, there's no security. There's no YouTube helpers. I don't see any staff, which that's a big, I don't want to say a big red flag, but that's at least a small one. That Tommy seems to be the only staffer there. I mean, I don't even see a camera guy filming footage for a YouTube video or whatever.
Let's move on to the next game. So when I first heard about the Amico, this was one of the first games that was announced for it, and that was Moon Patrol.
God, this looks awful.
Which is a remake of IREM's 1982 arcade release, Moon Patrol. And of course, at the time, that game.
But you're supposed to support it and tell them you like it. You had an Amiga and Intellivision.
Well, this right here, I'm pretty sure this is the box where the Star Fox character's face goes. That's telling this story here. Because
why is this
in this? This Star Fox text here?
Yeah.
Tommy said in the other video that it's placeholder text.
Oh.
Why wouldn't they just write something random, not that?
I have no idea. I don't even know why there's placeholder text.
That's odd.
That's awful. Yeah, why would you do that?
Even just make up something, even if it's placeholder, be like, oh, you're on a mission to the moon, kill everything, blah, blah, blah. Like, why would you? That's so embarrassing.
Yeah, see, Tommy Rumiko says it's the dog. It's the dog captain guy from Star Fox. So they put, it's not just text because it has the whole graphic. It's not like they just wrote some text and put it in as filler. They put the whole thing, like the text and the picture.
That's just
but
so
they
weird.
Edited out the picture.
That's unprofessional, yo.
They did some updates to Moon Patrol, but since then we have not seen an update for a long time yet. Who's the small child in all black? I have no idea.
How are they not creative enough to make something up? You're in LA. You should be creative.
Yeah, this is just weird.
That's so weird.
And again, I'm sure that I'm gonna get like 30 videos and like 100 Reddit posts and Power Gauge posters telling me how I'm an asshole for pointing this out. I'm trying to destroy
I mean, still,
Tommy.
but at the very basic, like at the I'm trying to grasp my head around this because someone had to at least put this in.
Yep.
And it took some effort to do that. It couldn't have taken you 5 minutes out of your day to just write something random.
You didn't even have to do that. They could have just put a blank space. It should have just been a black screen and maybe like, hey, there's going to be text there eventually one day.
Yeah, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, why do you even have the text to begin with? If there's no text, why show the text? Why show somebody else's text?
You figured out our secrets, we have to kill you.
Well, there's going to be text here one day. Well, when that day comes, then
you'll be the first to know.
Mike Garcia says, I'm sure Miyamoto okayed it, though. Yeah.
Are they trying to like josh people or like fucking hook them? Like, hey, look, we got Star Fox on Mimiko.
I don't know. I don't even want to imply that because you know how those people will run with it and say that we said some stuff.
Hey,
I just think it's weird.
It is weird. It's definitely weird, and he's the one using the weird footage, not me. I can critique it however I want.
And this is the kind of things that we don't see unless somebody from the wild is shooting footage.
That is weird, though. It's definitely
you missed it, Gary. You missed it earlier when we were discussing it, but this obviously had to have been in there when Retro Bro, Cyrus, and all of them played the game. And not a single one of them mentioned that this was in there. Not a single one of them said, hey, the game's not finished. There's fucking placeholder text in there. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's definitely they were definitely skipping it for a certain reason. I mean, they definitely didn't want it. They definitely knew there was, they know it's being critiqued and they didn't want to add to it for sure. Because it's just very weird. It's very off that you would put text from another game and just that whole screen there. It just doesn't even make any sense. If there's no text, why try to tell people, well, there will be text? Oh, okay, that's not. Is it really a thing? Did people really care? Like, okay, cool. There will be. I'll take your word for it. You don't need to shoe in the.
Star Fox?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Rare partnership leaked. Yeah. He's partnering up with Rare. The person inside the Moon Patrol buggy is actually going to be Falco. Every time when you think that, I just thought I was going to watch videos and I didn't think something like this was going to happen. I, never expect in a million years. But if Amico's taught us anything, expect the fucking unexpected.
Way that text there was just placeholder, as Tommy said, so that's not going to be in the final game. But as you can see here, it's been.
Did you hear that? He said it's not going to be in the final game.
Damn it!
But you'd think you'd make a point of saying it's weird.
Why is this in German?
It is. They said it was in German.
Workstatt.
Now look, Ninja. The oxygen is there. If they're too lazy to breathe, that's their problem.
But see, I don't understand this. This doesn't make sense. Again, this makes zero sense to me. You have words in English. You had the opening screen in English. Why is just this one particular word in
Well,
German?
that might be kind of like how like the Japanese do, where I know that they do, they all have their kanji or whatever, but then again, a lot of things like start on the start screen will be in English. So maybe some of it they can read in English, but they'll put a few words that can't translate.
You mean like red, yellow, green, and blue? Those are English. Storm, space,
I don't know.
bullseye, flames. I guess those are all German. German can understand camo, but
Damn, they discovered our secret. Shit.
even okay. It says okay on this side.
Hey, your guess is as good as mine.
Don't worry.
It's all weird.
Yeah, I could if it was all German or all English, like it makes sense. But having part,
Hey, I'm just trying to throw Tommy a bone here.
Yeah.
it's workshop in German. Thanks, Mike. Tommy Miko says, "Why are they showing it?" I believe this game was specifically requested by the individual shooting the footage. He asked about it, and Tommy said, "Oh yeah, I could put it on for you." It wasn't supposed to be demoed at the event, but again, it's been like 2 years. It should have been done. Amico is a clash of professionalism and trolling Pat Nian. Yeah, that was put in the troll Pat Nian. Yeah, fucking weird. Like when they use Star Wars characters mixed in their Amico promos. Yeah,
That was weird.
Like unprofessional.
It seems like they're just trying to be relevant, right? They're trying to be relevant with the Star Fox crowd. They're trying to be relevant with the Star Wars crowd. Like they're trying to be relevant any way they can, and it just doesn't work. It just always comes across as weird and odd.
Yeah, I mean, small like barber shops in the middle of bumfuck Indiana will use like a Star Wars character.
Egypt.
Yeah, Egypt. Bumfuck Egypt. They'll use like a Star Wars character in an ad, come save the dark side and get a haircut. But like to see like in television, like put it in their fucking email, like we photoshopped fucking Darth Vader holding a fucking Amico. Isn't this cool, guys? It's like, no, you look fucking sad and pathetic doing that. Like, I could see the fans doing it, right, and be like, hey, look what the fans did, and you can point to it.
Somebody who doesn't have money to pay somebody to do something professional, like when you got the money and you have the resources, you have the team. I'm sure somebody on that team could come up with something inventive.
Not just that though, but it's like you're piggybacking off this bigger IP, and it's like it looks really, really sad. Like it makes you look
amateurish.
Yeah, amateurish. Let's try to move on.
Let's see Mika for you, dude. What can I say?
So you have different skins that you can choose for your rover. The rover itself still maintains somewhat of a look to the original.
The skins for the rover, again, that seems like such a mobile game thing. I mean, it's not doing anything. There's no stats. It's just changing the skins. It seems pointless.
I would like to play the Campagne.
Yeah, I was just going to point that out. You got, again, German, English, German.
So Germans don't like this.
Also, at some point, for some reason, the language got changed over to German from English. But
It didn't get changed. See, even this guy's fucking disingenuous. It didn't get changed over from German to English. It's a fucking mix. Start, curse. Hey, you can curse. That's not family friendly.
But
the funny part is they have campaign in English on the left on that last screen. In English.
Yeah. I'm guessing you could just pick your levels I'm wondering
Could.
if the levels are actually more than just fucking backgrounds. If they actually have some gameplay mechanics that are different, or if it's just fucking different color dirt.
Language options, but it can be changed back. It also has multiple moons, and so multiple environments for you to play in. Whereas the classic one, as I recall, it was just all the same kind of unknown moon, or made it seem like
Boring.
But here's Miranda, which is one of Uranus's moons, but obviously changed, given some liberty in the changes there with adding alien plants and all that sort
I
of stuff.
played it when it was on the cell phone. When they offered it, it was boring.
Playing this for a little bit, and things
Well,
to-
Moon Patrol's
like, this game was
boring.
not set up to play for the public there. It's only because I asked that he played it, and he's the one playing here, so that's where it's pretty good since he designed.
It's boring, and all those textures and models look
But what I really liked about this is that it
utterly
really
cheap.
it feels like
Yes, very much so.
And if you heard him, he said he's not playing it. Tommy's playing it. So he asked about the game, and then Tommy's like, "Yeah, I'll play it for you."
Oh, geez.
So
Maybe
So
because
he's
it's controller
already at
issues.
checkpoint.
obstacles and
There's no.
I mean, we
in
still
the
got.
original game. Go ahead, Gary.
Like I said, we still got 6 minutes to go. Does it get better?
No.
Probably not.
It's
If
in
you,
television videos.
If you guys go back and watch Brett Weiss playing, you can see he has a lot of issues with Moon Patrol with the control. So more than likely, there's a lot of lag. That's my guess why he's playing.
But I could have swore in the original one, it's easier to tell what checkpoint you're on. There's like no indicator that you're coming up on a checkpoint or anything.
Maybe it's on the controller.
Wasn't there like a Wasn't there like a like a line, like a start to finish type deal?
Yeah, I could have swore there was. So maybe the UI isn't finished yet.
foes and things like that. Of course, things look different, and this is in 3D, but the controls are simple.
No, it's not on the controller.
Yeah, it just looks like the ship.
Yeah.
And of course, things look different, and this is in.
Yeah, it looks just like the ship. The controller doesn't look lit up either.
Nope.
So.
Wah,
The
wah,
controls are
wah.
simple to play, and really with
The console's not lit up.
This could go into a modern arcade today. Obviously, it'd be nice to get some better graphics and maybe change certain things about the pacing or the amount of lives that you get.
Better
That's the way
graphics.
it would work in today's arcade environment, and it's.
This game has looked the same for 3 years.
Going on that,
Yep.
at least more than the arcade original had.
I think. Hold on. Okay. Because I think I figured this game out. Okay, I think
That
the.
old school gamers like myself
Yeah.
going on that, so at least more than the arcade.
Okay. These green little like fucking spider proby looking things, those are the checkpoints. When you pass those, it changes over to the next checkpoint.
Riveting.
I know. But I figured
Funny story. I was going to make a funny video making fun of this game and others like a couple months ago. And I found a whole bunch of free online games on, I forget what the webpage was, but where you can get all the games. And I found better looking games. I found better looking versions of this game online for free, which you can play in the web browser.
There
pretty
were
bad.
there were better looking games on Newgrounds 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Beef, he says, I don't think he's being disingenuous. Then he's really not very bright. I hate to say that. I mean, some of the things he's saying is either a talking point that he's been told by Tommy, or he just has no idea what the hell he's talking about.
I'll say it for you.
Go ahead.
Well, you know, everything you said. I'll say it and I won't feel bad about it.
5 minutes. We have 5 minutes left.
So each
Press play.
moon has its number of checkpoints, I believe 26 checkpoints to go through, and they're not on this. Oh, there we go. So that's one of the checkpoints there. Those orbs that
There we go.
I figured it out before he told us.
As sort of mentioned, are pretty simple. You have your fire button.
I'll tell you what,
to jump.
this stuff here in the background, this looks more interesting. I want to fight this
The dial pad, I guess
weird
it's
monster looking thing back here.
is for either speeding up or slowing down. Your rover is always moving. It's going to move at a certain set pace. But if you want to go faster, you push over to the right. If you want to go slower, you push to the left.
It
So a lot of the time, it's
will.
just about
Are you
figuring out
sure?
when you should slow down for certain obstacles, because your gun, it only fires one shot at a time, and it does go a little bit slow. So sometimes what can happen is you'll see a
Man, we're
rock appear on the screen,
breaking the.
and you
We're
fire,
redefining
and fire too
games,
soon,
aren't
and
we?
maybe you run into the rock and you're going too
With
fast.
this
So
bad
that's how we have to
boy.
meet that expectation. And I'm not sure if I captured it, but this one is a little
Might
bit
even
more
know what to
forgiving on
say
some of the
about
obstacles.
it.
Like on the arcade original, if you touched a rock at all, you die. But on this one, like you jump
Oh,
over
wait
a
till
rock
Tommy has
and
his in-depth gameplay preview of it.
hit
Then you can
then
talk.
fall over the rock, but you won't
His
die.
10-minute video.
So that's a nice thing. And then we have a different level here. This was a different guy playing. This is Sharon, which is one of Pluto's moons. And this is at the top of the list. And
So
Oh, no,
you've
Spin
changed,
Forte.
you changed the background. What, like, you can spend 20 seconds talking about this game, move on. It's like the same shit.
Beefy says he hasn't followed it. He's an Atari guy, not a television guy. Yeah, I get that, but there's other things that he's saying, like some of the talking points he brought up. It just seems weird. It seems weird to me, okay? Stop trying to cover for this guy, Beefy. Are you a fucking mole?
Mo.
He's literally a mole.
NK is done.
Ninja Kitty is done. You're done, Ninja Kitty.
I'm done.
Oh, Show says Moon Patrol is fun as hell. I totally buy this. It was ported to the Switch. Chappie says, well, then he's being used as a useful idiot. The flames out the back is new. There you go. See, we got progress. It does look very basic. It doesn't look like anything's really different other than the background. You have the
Hold on,
same-
were the turbos not like the boosters? They weren't in the original, like what they've showed like 2 years ago. I could have swore it was. Well, I guess I was wrong then. Ooh, progress.
And this is where the guy was, I was kind of telling him how to play. It was after I had played, I handed him the controller, asked if he wanted to give it a shot, and just walking him through that. But I mean, overall, this one, it's fun. I enjoy it. Like I said, I'm really happy that it maintains the same spirit and the same feel as Moon Patrol. And so obviously it looks different, and it has certain changes, like going up hills and down hills and stuff like that. And there's also
Oh, wow, it's got inclines, guys.
on it. And so just enough changes to make it interesting. It feels like
God, this game is like just awful.
But of course,
Bores
it's a
me.
challenge. It's not an easy game, and so if you're a casual gamer, it might not be your
The
jam.
one game you had to show, and you screwed yourself by not capturing any footage of it.
Well, he said that it's not an easy game. Is it not an easy game because the controller is unresponsive?
It's not that. It's just when I played it on the phone, it's just there's a lot of you got to get used to it's been a while since I played it. It was like last year I played it, and there was like you have to make the jumps just right. There's certain things you have to do just right, and there's nothing about it that makes you want to keep playing though. Like you like the graphics are bland. It's the same kind of obstacle every like 5 seconds. There's nothing like unique. It doesn't like I could understand if like they stopped you and then you had to shoot like in multi directions. Like Moon Control, this could have been good had they done it a certain way. And I think had they presented maybe like bosses or it's just like drive through the level, and if you die, start back at the checkpoint and do it all over again. And it's like jump over this, shoot this, jump over that. It's like there's nothing to it. It's just boring.
F1 JV says there's a few dudes in AA Coville that are TT apologists. This Shaggy the Atarian guy and Bill Logjuice, dude who is associated with @games flashbacks in some capacity. So that could be a someone who's more forgiving.
There's also a point
But
where
if you watch the chip, it looks like he just doesn't
changes to
jump.
make it interesting. It feels like what a remake of this kind of game should be.
Like he jumped way
But of
too
course,
early on
it's a
that.
challenge. It's not an easy game, and so if you're a
See,
casual
like right
gamer,
there,
it
that
might
one,
not
he
be
just
your jam.
didn't jump at all.
Maybe it's
To me,
controller
like,
like.
I don't
Yeah,
think it's that. That's the way it played on the phone. It's weird. It just doesn't feel right when you're playing it. It's
Which
the
would be
way
lag.
I mean, it could be. But I remember doing the same thing when I was playing the phone version. It just you have to like account for it. It doesn't feel natural when you feel like you should be jumping. You're not doing it right, and you have to account for that.
Gary,
it's just
Gary,
off.
That's input lag.
No, that's not what. No, that's not what I'm
It
talking
is.
about, though.
It's
No,
exactly.
It
like
is.
I mean, there very well could be lag. It's just the game. There, like it wasn't like. Well, I was playing it on the phone too. Okay, so I wasn't playing on the Miko. There could be like lag on the Miko.
There'd still be
But what
input
I'm-
lag.
No, I
Just
get
how
what
it's
you're. No,
programmed
I
and
know what
whatnot,
input
so.
lag is. It wasn't input lag. It's just weird. It's just the game just controls funny, and
That's
not
what
not
input lag
that.
is. Gary, have you ever played the game with input lag?
Yes.
Gary's like 100% describing input lag. He's like, it's not input lag.
Gary,
But when you
welcome to
push
my
the button,
world.
it just doesn't jump right.
It's input lag.
No, the button is responsive. It's just the game. It's whoever like programmed the game. It's just stupid. I know what input lag is. Jesus.
In the footage, the guy didn't even jump. He just drove right off the edge.
I'd have to go back and play like the cell phone one and see if it was input lag. It didn't feel like input lag to me though.
But if it responded to the moment you pressed the button on your phone,
No,
you
that's
would
what
jump.
that's what I'm saying. But it's the
It's either
way
input
that
lag
it's
or you suck
programmed.
at the game. Well, it's not the way it's programmed.
Yeah, but
it's the way it processes.
but here's the thing. If you hit the button and it's responsive, but the way that they program the physics and shit, that's what I'm talking about. It doesn't have nothing to do with like the button input and the response time from it. It's the way the game was designed. It just feels like shit.
So if I'm driving up to that cliff like that guy was, and the last frame I press the button, am I jumping?
I'd have to play it again, but it was off. It was definitely off. But I don't remember it. I just don't remember it being input lag. That's all I'm saying. It just felt like shit because like the physics could be off. You know what I mean?
Show says there's some inherent delays to the original Moon Patrol 2, so I don't know if I call that input lag. Well, maybe they designed it too close to be like the original, and we're just used to more responsive.
But here's the thing though: is it intentional because it's Moon Patrol? There's supposed to be a lack of gravity, or you know what I mean? Now I don't know about lack of gravity, but they designed it that way particularly, and that's why it feels like shit.
I don't know.
I'd have to go back and play it, but to me, when I did play it, it just felt weird, and I don't remember it being because of input lag.
I know what you mean.
Presley.
Yeah, I do know what he means. I've had it myself on other games.
Carl's busy with Axiom Verge.
2. Axiom Verge 2.
If you give enough practice, then you can get the hang of it, just like this guy did.
But yes, I'm a little preoccupied, but that's okay.
The console and the games that I played, there
See,
were
like even that right there, he just ran into the rock.
Give enough practice, then you can get the hang of it.
Look at it.
Just like this guy did. But overall, I
Boom.
liked it. I liked the console and the games that I played. There were a couple games that I didn't get a chance to play, such as a pool game where you like.
Overall, I like that it's electric and that you plug it in and that it's red.
And so while I didn't get to play those, from the other stuff that I did play, including Shark, which I didn't get any footage of, surprisingly enough, I guess because we were just playing it. That was my daughter's favorite. She really enjoyed that. And again, she's 5 and just had fun with that. Shark is
Prove it.
fish, and you eat smaller fish to grow bigger fish. And there are things like sharks that you have to watch out for. And that's a great multiplayer game. A lot of fun.
Someone had to say it. I mean,
family entertainment, multiplayer.
He's making big accusations with that without actually having to have captured that footage.
But overall, I liked what I saw. I wanted to see the Amigo in person before I made.
And how do they know it's great multiplayer fun if there was only 2 guys there?
See how things are going to be when it releases and all that. But yeah, it's definitely
well, now to be fair,
arcade remakes coming to it exclusively, such as Missile Command, Breakout, Asteroids. I think you mentioned Crystal Castles at one point. But
See, now he's mentioning games that they haven't shown that he's hopeful that it's going to be on there.
Yep, I don't like that. I'm tired of people talking about games that haven't been shown, that have no nobody working on like developers, nobody, like, how many games have they talked about? Globetrotters, talk about Beauty and the Beast. They talked about so many different games time and time again that we keep hearing about, and they keep raving like, oh, Brett Weiss does that a lot where he talks about Beauty and the Beast. I don't care. Talk about what you actually have, and here's the problem: what you could have shown, you didn't show. Okay, you got 5 games. That's about it. And you didn't show Flying Tigers, which I'm pissed. I'm not letting it go.
Are you, Gary? Are you pissed?
Misremembering that. But
Yeah, 30 seconds. We're gonna make it.
Nice to see some of these games getting that treatment. And as also mentioned, I think a lot of these games with some small tweaks could work as modern arcade games. And it'd be nice to have some better graphics too. I mean, why not? But yeah, that's my overall impression of the Intellivision Amico, which is coming soon, eventually. And so let me know what you.
Soon,
eventually. I just love that.
That's a good line. Soon, eventually.
I'm getting word from one of my inside sources that said that there was more people there. Apparently, they didn't show, but emoji charades and pool game was being played, and apparently they couldn't get on the pool game because some people were playing that.
It was so awesome. They just couldn't get enough of it.
We'll catch you on the next video.
I think we're unique because now.
No, you don't think we're. Shut up. I'm getting an ad for StreamYards while I'm using StreamYards to.
Is this the guy? Is this the guy that went?
No, it's a StreamYards ad.
Oh.
He does look like a 50-year-old boomer, though.
I believe that was a 50-year-old boomer in the ad. Hey, look, Ray is back. She must have dipped out to go to a Mad Max stream or something.
So
she was spying.
Update me. Did you guys talk about the apology earlier?
We briefly touched on it.
Okay, I just kind of wanted to give him a little bit of credit because I wasn't here. I'll give him a little bit of credit. There was some stuff that I did like that he said.
Boo.
I'm not.
But with those few steps forward, he took, steps backwards as well. So
you say he took 2 steps forward, then 2 steps back, and then the opposites will attract.
Yeah, he basically did the cha-cha. So
Fallout Duel.
Real smooth
Fallout
now.
Duel. From a song.
I mean, what can you say about it?
Apology. It came off not genuine at all.
Well,
What
no,
else?
but anybody who watched this last week, me, Tony, and Carl, we all talked about this. We all said that was what was going to happen, right?
Yep.
We called it. I think, in fact, it's basically what I wanted to say. I think the interns were working overtime, weren't they, Tony?
Well, I think they've been working very, very hard. They need a raise, those interns. Those damn interns.
Let's talk about can we talk about horror, please?
Yeah, this is the horror episode of Gabbing with Geeks. Carl's been waiting patiently.
Well, isn't this?
Hold on, you guys didn't cover the horror topic yet? The
No, we
movies?
were waiting for you.
Yes. All right, so are we going to dive into our top 5 movies?
You guys are
Heck
5
yeah.
hours in already. We still haven't
We
covered
are.
your topic.
We're 5 hours in, and we're just now getting to the
I'm
horror.
going to bow out
portion.
then.
Oh no!
'Cause it is past my bedtime.
All right,
And the answer for best horror movie is the Evil Dead series. That's it. An Army of Darkness.
No.
Oh, bravo! That is that didn't even make my top 5. That's great. I love that. That's a great answer.
And that's it.
It's
I'm gonna bounce. See you guys.
All right.
Later, Ninja Kitty.
see ya.
All right, Carl. Why don't you tell us what are your favorite
All
childhood
right.
horror movies?
My favorite horror movies are Dracula 2000, the first Howling movie, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, Monster Squad, and
Ooh,
Killer
Monster
Clowns from
Squad.
Outer Space.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You stole one of my top 5. I will agree. Killer Clowns from Outer Space is absolutely awesome. That movie has such good practical effects.
How many did I count all 5?
You
Did
got
I
all
do
5.
it? Okay,
Yeah, I think you got 5 in there.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I showed that to Sidekick Max. Gave him nightmares for weeks.
I mean, what? Like, how? If you absolutely hate clowns, yeah, you'll have. Like, my girlfriend like hates clowns, and yeah, she's.
Well, Sidekick Max now he hates clowns. So every once in a while, I'll get my phone and I'll get the circus theme, and I'll just play it while I'm walking by his room.
I mean, who wants to be turned into streamers or cotton candy?
Yeah.
No, that's a fantastic movie. That definitely was in my top 5.
I was gonna pick one movie instead of the Killer Clowns, but I decided to just stick with that.
So I'd have to say for my top 5 would be, and this is gonna piss some people off. Killer Clowns was in the top 5. Funhouse, The Funhouse. Has everybody seen The Funhouse?
Not me, but
that's the one where they go into obviously a funhouse, and they don't return, and it's like a sideshow family, and they run it, and the patrons that go inside meet their demise.
The 1981 Funhouse movie.
Yes, and they got a dude that looks like kind of like Sloth up in there. They lock him in the basement. It's a great movie. What are the other ones? I had the list somewhere, and now I don't know where it is. I got to think off the top of my head. It was Killer Clowns. That Return of the Living Dead. Is it Return of the Living Dead? The one with Tarman. It's like absolutely the best George A. Romero zombie movie ever made.
Possibly.
Yeah. And then what was the 4th one? It's what, 3? And then my number 1, I'm gonna skip one right now because I can't remember. It'll come back to me. But my number 1, it's a Halloween movie, and it's the one that everybody hates. Halloween 3 is an absolute masterpiece. That movie is a masterpiece.
Season of the Witch?
Yes. Season of the Witch is a masterpiece. I love that movie. What other Halloween movie do you get androids?
I mean, like I said, the fact is that horror slasher flicks are the best sources of makeshift porn.
80s. It has to be 80s horror. There's nothing like 80s horror. 70s, late 70s, and 80s horror is the best. But yeah, Season of the Witch is by far my favorite. I could throw in like Nightmare on Elm Street, like Dream Masters or whatever, or Adjacent.
Oh, I knew what I meant. What I was going to say and say Killer Clowns. Puppet Master.
Ooh, yeah, Puppet Master's really good.
Well, for me, I don't find any movies to be really scary because I know they're fake, and I'm not afraid of Jason or.
You don't get scared on a jump scare?
No, not really.
Yeah, but Tony, you don't watch horror movies to get scared, or normal people shouldn't, at least. You watch them just because it's spooky.
But I will say, if I had to pick a top 5 horror movies, I would definitely put Killer Clowns in there. If we're just talking like horror and not like, like specifically like slasher or whatever, you got to put Ghoulies in there.
Oh yeah, that's a great one.
Halloween, the original Halloween is good. I like that.
Do you think the original Halloween is better than Halloween 2? because
I
Halloween
do.
2 is really good.
I think the original Halloween holds up a lot better. Just
Okay.
because it's more psychological. It's not, you know what's going into Halloween 2. You know
Right.
what the score is. Let me see. I said what? Killer Clowns, Halloween, Ghoulies. Fuck's the other movies? Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original.
Oh, that's highly psychological, man. That one when you're a kid will terrify you, and for some reason I like the I think it's the second one, not the third one. I think it's the second one, the one that has takes place like with the chick from the radio station.
Yeah, with
The opening for that movie when they cut through the guy's truck and like cut through his head. Oh my God, so gory, so amazing.
I do like part 2. I think part 2 is a funner movie, but it's not more of a horror.
Right.
Dennis Hopper's out there and they're chainsaw fighting.
Yeah, it was silly.
Yeah. So I do like 2, but I think 1 is a more horror movie. And my top horror movie, and the only movie that I could say that was actually, kind of scary as a kid when I watched it was Children of the Corn.
Ooh, Children of the Corn. Now, which is the one? The one I like is not the original, but it was the one where the kid is like. There's a couple good ones where he makes the old lady get hit by the bus.
It might be.
I think it's like part 2. Yeah, part 2 or part 3. And then there's the part where he goes to church, and then he's like, you got the voodoo doll, and he's making the preacher bleed from like his nose and his ears and his eyes. Oh, that was like, that's trippy.
Yeah, with the original Children of the Corn, it's probably why I've never gone into places like Kansas. I stick to the city.
Pussy.
Hey, that shit's scary. A bunch of crazy white kids chasing people through a cornfield.
What are you, a racist?
No, I'm just saying. Come on, the only other movie that's more scary than Children of the Corn is Deliverance. Okay.
You know what's a good psychological one is the original Amityville Horror is pretty terrifying. There's nothing really going on in that movie, but the way they shot that movie, it's like got you on the edge of your seat. And I remember watching the remake before I watched the original. And when I watched the original, I remember watching it one night, like by myself, all lights shut off. And dude, that movie terrified me. That's a good movie. If I would have watched that as a kid, I would have been creeped the fuck out. That was a great, just the way they did that movie, the music, the score, everything.
Anyway, I gotta go, so I'll talk to you later.
Oh, you gotta go, Carl.
Yeah, I got church tomorrow morning.
After we said all that stuff about church, I thought today was church.
I'm a man of God. I'm a man of God.
Just leave. I'm a man of God and just fucking take it. Goddamn heathens.
Ooh, House of a Thousand Corpse. That's a great movie.
It's an alright movie. I think the beginning of House of a Thousand Corpse is good, and then as it goes on, it gets less and less good.
I did like what was it, the third movie? What was the third one? Like Devil's Rejects was good, but the 3 from Hell or whatever, it was good. I liked what they did. I liked like the fight scene at the end and everything. There's just something about Sherry Moon Zombie I can't stand. I don't know what it is about her, but I can't stand her, and that's kind of why I didn't like the Halloween remakes.
The main guy from Thousand. Well, I don't know if he's the main guy, but the one that's like the clown. What the fuck's his name? Spalding.
Oh, yeah. Sid Haig played that part. He was sick during that during the filming of that.
He's good. He did good.
So, which is I think why they took him, like they killed him off early in that movie, because he was I don't know if he had cancer. But he couldn't do much of what they wanted him to do, so I think that's why they took him out of the movie pretty early on that one.
F1
Um,
JB says, I like horror films that start during the day, then go into the night darkness. Yeah. I mean, movies that is more than just like 2 hours. It's like, it's supposed to be like the course of a day or whatever. There's build up.
Right. Yeah, like how Halloween takes place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I will say one of my favorite of all time movies, and it doesn't have to be like a slasher bloody movie. Probably one of my favorite has to be Ernest Scared Stupid. That movie is absolutely great. Jim Varney is fantastic with him and the troll fighting, especially when they're on the back of the truck.
He pulls out
One of the
Miak,
best slapstick movies of all time.
He's like, I figured out your secret. It's MIIK. It's a Miak. And he's like, what the fuck is that? He throws it at him. Yeah, that shit's fucking funny.
That's a great movie.
Ernest movies were always good.
Yep.
Poor Jim Varney. He's dead now.
Yeah, you know, they don't. There's no one like that left anymore. You know, they don't make movies like that anymore.
Ernest Goes to Jail. That was good too.
Yeah, those are probably the two best Ernest movies.
Well, you got anything else, Gary? We've been here 5 hours somehow again. I don't know how the fuck we do this shit.
No, I think we wrapped it up. I'm glad you guys saved the movies to the end. I was a little bummed about that, but Monday is shaping up to look good for our indies. Hopefully we can get that done in about an hour and not be too long on that. But next Saturday, hopefully we'll have more content. And then just a little update. Our part is on the way. Hopefully, staying hopeful, fingers crossed, that by next week we have the project done. I'll be a little busy this week, so it could get pushed back. But I think no later than, if it's not this coming week, it'll be next week that we'll have the intro done. So
Beefy says he has not beaten Castlevania 3 yet, so we have beat him in the contest. We finished. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the guest, Ninja Kitty, Carl, Gary, who decided to join us late. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that good stuff, and be back here for Monday for hey, check this out, as me, Gary, and Carl just look at some trailers for games, talk some shit, and have a general good time. So you know how we do it here. Love, peace, booty grease. We out this bitch.